Hello everyone and welcome to our Flutter course. In this course, you will master Flutter by building 6 real-world applications from scratch. We will start off by creating a simple expense tracker app. Here you will learn basic UI elements and data manipulation. Then we will explore API integration and state management by building an anime app. You will also learn how to authenticate your users using Firebase and perform CRUD operations by building multiple examples. And lastly, we will learn advanced topics like integrating AI and storing data locally using SQLite database. By the end of this series, you will be able to create full-fledged Flutter apps by yourself. In this video, you will learn basic Flutter concepts like basic widgets, navigation, and preserving state by building a working expense tracker app. So without further ado, let's jump right into it.
What we have so far in the project is just simply a Mint.Dart, and here we have a home page. Here, as you can see, we have a simple setList widget, and here we have a column. Inside it we have a row, which here we have 3 widgets of the fund condition, which I have already created them. As you can see here, we have 3 parameters: the type, the amount, and also the icon. And these are actually these widgets at the top of the page. So I will discuss about all of this later on, so you don't need to worry about it. Also here we have this container inside of an expanded widget, which here I want to show all the items. So let's just start, and the first thing that I want to do is to create an app bar. So I will come here in the scaffold, and here I can just create the app bar, and the title is going to be a text, which I will just write expense tracker. I will also change the background color to red, and I will center the title, and also I would just like to make the elevation equal to 0, and I think it looks much better. And this is what we have so far. Right now, when we are clicking on this floating action button, we just want to show a dialog, which we already do it. But right now we are just returning a size box, and here I want to return another dialog, with there I can write all the stuff I need. So let's just work on this. Inside the size box I can have a child, and here I want to have the child to be the other dialog, and it has a title, which here I will just call it add transaction. Also it has actions, and in the actions property I need to have 2 buttons, one for the cancel and one for the add. So let's just create 2 text buttons here, and it has an unpressed and also a child, which in this case it's going to be a text, which I will just call it add. I will later on also change the text style, but for now it will be okay. I will just copy and paste it one more time, and in the second I will just call it cancel. And right now, as you can see, it looks like this. So let's also create some more stuff, and we need to create 3 text fields here. The first one is for the entering the item, the next one for the amount, and also we need to create a text field for picking the date. So let's work on it. When we get out of the actions property, here I can just create the content, and here I want to first create a size box, which it will have a height of 400 and also a width of 350. Then in the child property I can just create a column, and inside this column I will create my first text field. So this text field is going to be for entering the item. First I will give it a decoration, which is a type input decoration, and it can have a hint text, which I will call it just enter the item. I will also need to create a border radius for it. So in this case it will be the enabled border, and it's going to be just outline input border, and I will just leave it empty. I just need to create one more of this text field, so I will just copy and paste it one more time, and here it's going to be enter the amount. And also this text fields need a controller, so let's just create them. First let's change the setList widget into a stateful widget, and then I will just create the first controller, which is going to be item controller, and it is a type of text editing controller. So let's just copy and paste it one more time, because the next one is going to be the amount controller, and I will just take it and paste it into the first text field in the property called controller. And also the second text fields also need a controller, which is going to be the amount controller. That's all right. I will also put a size box between them with a height of 8. let's see how it looks like. And it looks like this, and I think it's beautiful. So right now I just need to create the third text field, which is going to be for picking the date. And in this text field we can enter the amount, but in that text field we are not able to enter any amount, and we just want to pick the date for it. So let's just create the next text field. It will also have a controller, so let's just create the third controller, which is going to be the date controller. I can just copy it and paste it in the controller for the third text field. It also needs to be only read only, because we don't want the user to enter any amount inside it. Now I just need to change the decoration, which is going to be the type input decoration, and here the first thing I need to change is the enabled border, which is going to be the outline input border, and also the border site is going to be the type border site. And here I just want to change the color, which is going to be the color of gray. Let's just put some commas here, and then I can just copy and paste it one more time, because I also want to have a focus border, and in this case the color will be blue. So let's see how it looks like, and it's like this. So I also need to add some more stuff here. First, let's put a size box here, and I will give it a height of 10. Then I also need to have a prefix icon here, and this icon is going to be called calendar today. I also need to give it a prefix icon color, which I will give it a color of blue, and I think it looks much better right now. Let's check. Yeah, it looks much better right now, and when we click it, as you can see, the color of the border will be changed. I think it looks really nice. Now I will just need to work on the logic to pick date from here, and we can just use a method from the Flutter SDK, which is called show date picker. I think it will be such a thing. So let's just work on it. In the third text field, which is for picking the date, it has a property called onTap, and here will be when this text field is tapped, I just want to call the method show date picker. And as you can see, it has some required parameters: the context, and also the initial date, the first date, and also the last date. So the initial date is going to be just datetime.now, just this year is going to be the initial date, and also the first date, which is going to be datetime and the year 2000, and also the last date I want to put the year 2100. I think it's better. Also, you have to make this method asynchronous and also awaited. So right now the result of this method is going to be a datetime, and I will put it inside a variable called pick date, and I will put it in this set. So let's just copy it, and here in the top of this set I can just create a variable which is a type datetime, and also it should be nullable, and I will just call it picked date. Yeah, right now we have this date. Also, I need to change it to a type of string, because we need to put it inside the date controller. So for doing it, you can use a package called Intel, which I have already installed this package, and you can use this package to change the datetime to a string. So right now I can just write a string, and it's going to be, I will call it converted date, and then I can use the date format, which it comes from the package that I told you. I just use this one, which is YMMMD, which it will give us a really nice format of the date. And here I can just put the pick date instead of the date. I will just put the pick date and make sure it's not null. So right now I also have the converted date, and after that I just need to put it inside the date controller. So I will just put it inside here, and right now I just need to do a set asset. So now let's do a hard restart, and let's see how it looks like and how it's work. Now when I click here, a window will pop up. Here we have the 3 text fields, the enter the item, enter the amount, and also here we can pick the date. So I will pick the date date, and when I hit OK, we can see that it appears here. So it's working and it's nice. Also, whenever we are trying to add a transaction, we need to choose between the income or expense, because every transaction is an income or also an expense, and we can do it using the radio menu buttons, and we will put them right here. So let's just do it. Inside the column, I can just create a radio menu button, and as you can see, it has 4 required parameters: the value, the group value, the unchanged, and child. And as I'm working, you will see that how it is working. I need to create a list in this position. I can just create a list, and it is going to be the type of a string, and I will just call it options, which it will be equal to a list which has 2 items, and the first one is the expense, and also the next one is going to be the income. Now I also need a current option variable right here, so I will create a string and I will call it current option, which is going to be equal to the first option that we have in this list. So I will just write options, and it's going to be the first index. Value is going to be the options, and it's going to be the first index, and the group value is going to be the current option. And also we have an unchanged, which here I have the first one is the expense, and also the child, which is going to be a text of expense. Yeah, it is done. Now I can just copy and paste it one more time, and this time it's going to be the income, and here I will just change it to income, and also it's going to be the second item, which is going to be the index number 1. So right now, whenever this unchanged on the first radio menu button is happening, I can just write that the expense should go inside the current option. So I will write the current option is equal to expense dot to string, because it is a type of string. And also whenever this unchanged is happening, I just want to the current option to the income to go to the inside the current option. So I can just write income dot to string, and yeah, that is nice. So now I can just do a hard restart, and I will see how it looks like. Now when I tap the floating action button, you will see that yeah, it is here, and we have one expense button and also one income, and we can choose between these 2. So right now I can enter an item, I can enter the amount, I can then choose the date, for example the date 20 October of Friday, and then I have this option that it is an expense or it is an income. So when it is done, I can just hit the add button. Now let's create simply the real and actual item widget that we want to show in the screen. So for doing it, I need to create a new file, which I will call it just item.dart. And here I can create my actual item which I want to show in the screen. So let's just create a stateless widget, and I will call it item. Here I just create a container, and inside it we have a child, which is going to be a row, and this row has some properties. But before that, let's give a better UI to our container. Here I will give it a decoration, and in the box decoration I can give it a border radius, and I will give it a border radius dot all and radius dot circular, and I will give it a radius of 12, and I think it looks good. Also here I want to give it a box shadow, which here it needs a list of box shadows. So here I just need to give it a blur radius, which I will give it 4, and I think it looks much nice. Let's also make it const. So here inside the child I can have here the first child of this row is going to be an image, which is going to be image.asset, and here it's going to be images. And as you can see, I have already an images folder in my project, and I have some assets here which I'm going to use, and I have 2 images expense, which is this one, and also income, which is going to be this. So whenever I'm adding an income, I will use this image, and whenever I'm adding an expense, I'm going to use this image. So you can just I will put the link in the description, and you can download all these images. So now I can use this one, and for now I will just use the income. Later on I will make it dynamic, so I can just say images and then income.png, and I will also change the size. So I will put it inside the size box, which I will give it a height and a width, a height of 25 and also a width of 25. I hope it's completely fit. So now before that I complete this item widget, I want to put it inside a list view.builder that I can just see how it looks like. So let's go to the home page, and here I need to create a list. Right here I will create a list, and it's going to be I will call it for now items, and here we have an empty list. So later on I will create a model, and I will make it completely dynamic, that we can show all of them. Or maybe I will do it right now. So I can just go ahead and create a model here. So I will just call it expense model. So right now I have a class, and I will call it expense model string, which is going to be the amount. Actually it's not a string, it is an integer, right? And the next one is going to be a type of date time, which is a date. And also I want to have a boolean, which is going to be is income. So whenever I'm adding a new transaction, I want to know whether it is an income or it is an expense. So I can now just generate the constructor for this, and then so now I have the constructor, and then I can use this model. So now let's get back to the item widget. And here in the home page I have a list of items, and here I just need to add some expense model. So I will just create some expense model. I just need to provide the item and right now I will just put it a hard code. So the first item, and here, as I already have a comment that I should show the items here, so I will just remove this container, and instead I will use a list view.builder. And here I can return, actually, so let's here we have the item builder, and before that I can have an item count, which is going to be the items dot length. So as much item that we have, as we will have that much items right here in the list view.builder. So now what I have to return here, it's going to be an item widget. So let's just return the item widget, and let's see how it looks like till now. Yeah, we have this here, but of course it's not really looking nice, so I have to change it, and I have to give it a white color. Let's also minimize the VS Code that I can see it properly here. So now, yeah, now we can see it right here. And let's do a hard restart. Now let's go to the item widget, and here first of all I want to change the color of this container, and I will give it a color of white, which I think it looks nice. Yeah, as you can see it looks really nice. And I will also give it a height of 35, and also I should from all the sides, and I will give it a padding of 6 from all sides. And also when I come here, I just want to make it more beautiful, so I can just give it I can increase the height of this size box right here. So I will give it a size box of 6.8, and it will give it a more distance between this item and the top of the page, so it will be more beautiful. Now let's continue with it. So let's go to the item widget, and here the first thing I will do is to increase the size of image. In the image I have a height property which I will give it a height of 30 and also a width of 30. Yeah, it's much better. And also I can give a padding to this container, so I will give it a padding from the old side and I will give it a padding of 9 to make it bigger. Now I need to create the item and also the date and also the amount here in the item. So after this image, here I can create a column, and here I will create a text. I will give it a text of Flutter, for example, and I will also change the text style, which I will give it a text style with a font size of 20, and also I will change the font weight, and I will give it a font weight of W500. I think it's better. And I will also create another text which it's going to be for the showing the date. So for now let's just write October 2023, and I will also change the text style of this one, and I will give it a color of blue gray, and for now I will hit OK. As you can see, it looks like this. So first I need to come here in the column and change the cross axis alignment to start. And then I need to give it a size box right here with a weight of, I think, 8, or I will make it 11. Yeah, that looks nice. I also need to give a size box between these two texts, which I think it will make it more beautiful. So I will give it a size box with a height of 2 between these two texts, and it will be much better. And at the end of the row and outside of the column, I can create the amount, which it also needs a text, which, for example, I will write, for example, $30. I also need to change the style, which I will give it a text style of with a font size of 21, and also I will change the color, which I will give it the color of green for now, but later on I will change the color, and it's going to be, the color will depend according to the being expense or income. If it is an income, I will give it a color of blue, green, but if it is expense, I will give it a color of red. So I will change it later on. You don't need to worry about it right now. I also need to give this row a main axis alignment of space between. So let's come here in the row, and here in the main axis alignment, it's going to be a space between. Not a space between. I should not do this. I just need to give it a spacer. Yeah, I think it's a better choice. So after this column, I can just create a spacer, and right now this amount is at the right side of the page. So let's also change the font weight, and it should be bold. So let's just make it bold. And right now I also need to change the font size to 22, and right now it looks much better. So I think it's perfect now, and we need to right now make it more dynamic, because right now it is all the hard code, the amount, the date, and also the image. It is just hard code, but I will make it dynamic right now. So for doing this, I just need to have some properties here, and I need an expense model, and I will just call it expense model. Now I just need to generate constructor for it, and right now instead of just this hard codes, I can use an expense model. So let's just write here, and instead of Flutter right here, I can just write expense model dot item, and then instead of this hard code date, I can just use this date, and I will change it to a string for now. And instead of this amount, I can use the expense model dot amount, Yeah, I think it's nice. Let's give some const here that we can get rid of this blue warnings. So yeah, that is completely okay. And also I need to change the color according to his income. So right here in the child for this, I will also come here in the color of this amount, and if it is expense, if it is an income, I want it to be green, but if it is not and it is an expense, I want it to be red color. So I will give it a color of red. So let's remove this cons, and now it's perfect and it's working. So now let's go to the home page, because here we have some errors and I need to provide this expense model right here. So now that I have to provide this expense model, I can use the list that I have already created here. As you can see, it is right here, this list of items, which here I have for now a hard-coded of expense model, but later on I can add an expense model right here. So let's get back here, and here I can just use the items list, and I will use the index. As you know, and you're familiar with list.builder, I can use the index here to show all the items right here. And if you really don't know how to use this list.builder, I have already a video which I will put the link in the description, and also you can click on that and watch that video to see how list.builder is working. So now it is appearing here, and it is a computer with this date and this amount which we had in the list, and it is working. We have just only a simple problem that right now this date is not really looking very nice, so I have to change it to a real date that we can understand what it is. So let's go to the item. It's right here, and here I need to give it a real date, and for doing it, YMMD, I think it is the best method that you can use. And then I will use the format, and then I can format this date, and right now you will see that it looks much better, October 19, 2023. So you can use it to have the real date. So the next step that we want to do is to just add the item inside the list, and by doing it we can add as many transactions that we want. As you can see here, we have the list in the home page, and it is right here. So in this list I want to add as many items as I want whenever this add button is pressed in the dialog. So let's just find this add button, yeah, right here inside the other dialog. Whenever this add button is pressed, I want to add a new expense model inside this list. So I will just say items, and then I will call the add method that I can add a new value and item inside this list, and this value is going to be the type expense model. So what are we going to add here? Let's just put some comments here that it looks better. We should add the item, the amount, and the date, and also the income, and we will do that all by this controllers that we have already created them here. So I can use this item controller, the amount controller, and also the date controller to give value for all these properties. So the first one is going to be the item, which I will use the item controller .text. It says that the argument type string can be assigned to the parameter type integer, because this controller is a type string, but this expense model is type integer. So we have to change it, and I need to just change it to a type of integer. I can just use the int.parse, and here I can just put a converted amount instead of this amount controller. Also I need text. I don't think it's a problem, but the argument type string can be assigned to the, yeah, we have exactly the same problem, but I already have this peak date, which is a type date time, so I think I can use this peak date. So I will just paste it here, and what is the problem? Yeah, I just need to put a exclamation mark right here because it is nullable. And also I have the is income, which I should also provide it, but for now I will just put it true for now, but I will change it later on. So right now when it is finished, I can just do a steady state here that we can see what the changes are. So now let's do a hard restart, and you will see it how it looks like. So right now when I tap the floating action button, I can enter an item. For example, it's going to be mobile. The amount is going to be 100. The date is going to be 10th October, and then I add this button, and as you can see, it is added to this list and we can see it. I also need to put a navigator.pop whenever we add this item. Before the city set, I just do a navigator.pop. I just need to provide the context here. I also need to do a navigator.pop whenever the cancel button is pressed. So right now let's try it one more time. I also need to change the border here, so let's also change that one for the item and also the amount. So the focused border, it needs to be also an outline input border. I will exactly do the same for the amount. I think right now it will be much better. Yeah, right now it is better. And also when we are adding the item, I need to clear all this item, amount, date and everything. So let's do that as well. So whenever we add the item and we navigate that back, I just need to remove and clear everything. So I will clear the item controller dot clear. I will do the same for the amount controller and also the date controller. Okay, now it is done and this will be much better. Let's do a hard restart and let's try it once again. Now when I hit here, I can enter the item, for example bread. The item, the amount will be 10, the date will be maybe 10th October, and then when I add the button, add the item, you can see that it is added right here. So it is working. Now I also want to work on the deleting the item. For example, when I click on the item, I want to delete. I want first a window pop up and ask me that whether you want to delete that item, and then if I press yes, I want to delete, it should be deleted. So let's work on this one as well, and I will do that right here. In the list without builder, we have an item widget, so I can do it here. I just need to wrap it with a gesture detector, and here on the on top property, I can just delete whatever I want. So here I can just write, we have a list of items, and here I can remove a value, and the value that I want to remove is going to be the items in the exact index that I want. So it will remove the item that you click, and after that I just want to do a set, and now when I click it, you can see that it is being removed, but I don't want it to remove like this. Before removing, I wanted to have a dialog. First, a dialog should pop up and ask me whether I really want to delete it or not. So let's just cut this stuff, and then I will write a show dialog here, and here I can just use this, and then I will just return a simple or I will return other dialog, and here it has a title which says confirm to delete. Okay, I also need to copy and paste it one more time, and the second one will be cancel. Yeah, so I will I deleted everything, so I need to write it one more time. I just need to go to the items list, and here I just need to remove the items in the exact index that I want it to be removed, and then I just need to do a set. Okay, that's it. And now when I do a hard restart, you will see that how it looks like. First, I will add a new item here. For example, I will add mobile once again. The amount will be $1,000. The date, for example, will be 7th October, and then when I add it, it is added here. And when I press on this item, a dialog will pop up and ask me to confirm to delete the item. And if I say delete, that will be deleted. So it is working. I just need to navigate back when it is deleted. So I will just say navigator.pop, and I want to navigate.pop whenever it is done, and also I will paste it the cancel unpressed. So right now we have gone most of the way and everything is working. I can also delete this button. When I say delete, it will be deleted. So the last step that is remaining is that we have to work on these widgets right here: deposit, expense, and income. Whenever we are adding a new income, this one should increase. Whenever we are doing an expense, this should increase. And also we have the deposit, that it will give us a balance of how much we have expense and how much have we income. So we will work on all of this. The last step that I need to work on is this widgets at the top of the page. As you can see here, we have a widget for deposit, for expense, and also one for the income. And when we are adding a new transaction, if it is an income, I have to increase the income, and if it is an expense, I have to increase the expense. So when we are increasing the income, the deposit also increase, and when we are increasing the expense, the deposit should decrease. So this is the logic that I have to create, but for now it is just hard coded and I have to make it dynamic. So let's just work on this. And before I work on that part, I need to change something. And here that I'm adding a new transaction. As you can see, the is income is always equal to true, but we don't want this, because if it is income, we should make it equal to income, and if it is expense, we should make it expense. So let's just do it. All I need to do is to just go to the current option, which I have this variable right here, and it is our radio menu button. So if the current option is equal to income, in this case the is income, in this case is income will be equal to true, but if it is not the case, in this case it will be equal to false. And also I just want to take all this expense model and I will put it right here, and I just want to put it inside a new variable, which I will call it expense model. I just need to take this converted amount and I have to put it before this one. So it is all right. I just need to take this expense model and put it right here, and this will help us to work on this logic of adding the income, expense, and also the deposit. So now I need to create one variable for each of these widgets that I have here. So let's create one variable for deposit, one for expense, and one for income, and all of them are going to be integer. So the first one is called deposit, which will be equal to 0 initially, and the next one it will be for the expense, which I will call it not expense, I will call it spend money, and it is also equal to 0. And the next one will be income, which it will be initially equal to 0 as well. So now let's put this variables right here, that for now it is just hard coded, but for now it will be a real variable, not just a hard coded. And as you can see, the first one should be expense, which I will call it expend money, and this one is income, and also this one is for deposit. So it is all right. Now let's just work on the logic of it. So whenever we are adding a new transaction, and after that I added it, I have to check that if the transaction that I have added, this expense model, if it is an income. So we say expense model dot as income. If it was an income, I have to increase the income. So what I do is just go to the income variable, and then I have to say plus equal to the expense model dot amount. So actually what I'm doing is just putting all the amount that we have on this expense model that we added, and I will just put it equal to this income. And I have to do the same for the deposit, and I will say expense model dot amount. It's all right, and then you have to do a set, and if the expense model is not income, so we have else. In this case, so if it is not income, of course it will be the expense, and in this case what I have to do is to just increase the expense. So in this case I will go to the spent money and I will say that the expense model dot amount. So right now we are just increasing the spent money, and in this case I have to decrease the deposit. So I will just go to the deposit variable, and in this case I will minus whatever value we have from the deposit variable, and again I have to do a set asset. So that's all right, and now I have to do the same for when we are deleting a transaction. So let's go to bottom of the page, right here, that I'm deleting a new item. So actually I can just take this items.index. This is actually the thing that I want to delete, so I can just call it final expense model, and it will be equal to this. So right now this is what I need, this expense model, and this is what we're deleting. And before I delete this expense model, I can once again check. So maybe I can just copy and paste that one, I don't know. I will just write expense model dot is income. So basically we are checking if the expense model, if it is an income in this case. So if the expense model that we want to delete, if that is an income in this case, I need to minus that income from the income variable. So I will just go to the income variable, and this I will just minus that value from the income. So I go to the expense model dot amount. I don't know what's wrong here. Yeah, now it is completely all right. I just needed to change this to expense model. I have to just make it clear. Okay, so whenever we're deleting a transaction, which is of course income, in this case we need to minus that amount from the income. And of course you have to do the same for the deposit. So I will just go to the deposit variable, and I will decrease the value from it. So once again, the expense model dot amount, I have to do this, and of course I have to do a set asset at the end. And once again, if it is not the case, and in this case it is an expense, in this case I have to decrease the expense one. So I will go to the expense, spend money variable, and I have to decrease the amount from the variable, and I will go to the expense model and the amount, and I have to do the same for the deposit. But in this case I have to increase amount here, right? So I will say I have to increase amount for this variable and amount. I think that will be completely all right. So I'm gonna tell you once more about it. Right now that we are deleting, if the transaction that we want to delete, it is an income, in this case I need to decrease the amount that we are deleting from the income variable, and also I have to do it from the deposit, because we are deleting a transaction. And if it is not the case, it means that we are deleting an expense. In this case I need to minus that amount from the spent money, because we are deleting an expense. And of course we have to increase the amount of deposit, because we are deleting an expense. So at the end I just do a set asset once again, and now I just need to delete this set asset as well. And of course I will need to delete this set asset as well. So now we'll check if it is working or not. So let's do a hard restart. Now let's check it. So I will add a new item, and I will call it mobile. The amount will be $500. I will choose a date, for example 28, and then it's gonna be an expense. Okay, and when I add, as you can see, yeah, it is adding. So we added a new expense. It is $500. So right now the expense increased to $500 and the deposit is minus $500. So now if I go ahead and add a new income, for example, I call it new project, the amount will be $2,000, and then I choose a date for it, like today's date, and then I'll say that it is an income. So I choose income, and now when I hit add, as you can see, I added this new, it is an income, it is $2,000, and now the income variable increased to $2,000. And as you can see, the expense is the same value, and the deposit become plus $1,500. And the reason is that we have an expense with $500, and it made that minus $500, but we later on added $2,000, so it became $1,500.
In this video, you will learn how to build a minimalist anime app using MyAnimalist API. We will cover topics like API integration, dark theme, and also blog state management. For this app, I'm using a MyAnimalist API. So let's head over to the site. Here I'm gonna go and open up my settings, and as you see, I'm already logged in. So make sure you also log in and create an account. Then go to account settings and open up the API tab. Here, as you see, I already have an app. For you, this section might be empty. So just create an ID. In this tab, you have to provide your app name, like AnimaBoard. Choose your app tab. In this case, this is going to be Adder, because we're developing a Flutter app. Right now, the client ID section is empty. But when we create our app, you can just come back and this will be filled for you. Choose your app description and app redirect URL and all the information. And if you don't have these URLs, you can just use your GitHub homepage or any other dummy URL. It doesn't matter because you're not on production. Make sure your app is non-commercial and you can choose any purpose of use that you want. Also take this agreement and submit. And as I already have my app, I'm not gonna do that. After your app is created, come here and press edit. Then your client ID is gonna be visible here. Take your client ID and start developing the app. To understand more about the API, click on the second link. This will take you to the API documentation. This is comprehensive and explains everything. The API that we're interested the most is our anime API. We're not gonna work with the Mongo this time. So let's just go and get our animes. So right now I'm gonna be testing the seasonal anime API. Come here and copy it. Now open up a command prompt. Inside that, copy this and also click enter. This is the kind of data that we receive from API. So to get started with the anime tutorial, we need to clone the GitHub repository. As you see, we are in starter code. So we can either download the zip file or clone the GitHub repository. I'm gonna go for the latter. Let's head to your file explorer and inside the address bar, type cmd. This will open up a command prompt in the exact location. You can just say git clone and paste the URL that you copied. And this is gonna clone you the GitHub repository. Let's also go to the project directory by typing cd and project name. Now we can just type code dot to open up a new VS Code project containing our files. So this is all the files that we cloned from GitHub repository. I'm gonna go over them. But before that, let's make sure to get the dependencies. For that, I'm gonna go to pubspec.yaml file and press Ctrl S, or inside the Macintosh, Command S to get the dependencies. The dependencies are gone successfully. So let's go over our files. I'm gonna explain some of them. Inside the command folder, we have extensions. I have already created for you some extensions for converting the integer to minute. And this is gonna return a string. We have an extension for capitalizing, and we have an extension for picking random item. We also have some styles like the default padding, some text styles. Inside utils, we have a method for getting the current season, because we're gonna display animes for the specific season, so we need to know which season are we. Inside the config file we have our theme. This file contains both our dark theme and also our light theme. Then inside the constants we have our app colors and also our constants for shared preferences. And lastly, inside the core we have our error screen and also we have our loader widget. So this is all the files that we have for now. I have also put some dependencies inside PuppySpec.yaml. We have the carousel slider for displaying the slider. We have a smooth page indicator, Flutter block for state management, HTTP for making API calls. We have shared preferences for storing data locally inside users' local storage. We have cached network image for caching our images and also staggered grid view. So this is all the starter code. In the next video we will start creating our application. See you in the next one. So in this part of the tutorial, I want to create some models for our data. Because when we get our data from the server, we need to store them in some models. Those models are going to hold our data. But before you can actually create models for our data, let's explore how kind of data we have. In a previous tutorial, I showed you how you can use this curl URL inside your CMD to get data. If you want to know how kind of data we are dealing with, you can just copy and paste it inside your CMD, and this is going to return you your data. And make sure you also use your client ID here instead of this client ID text that I taught you to get in the previous video. So when you get the data from your server, this is the kind of data that you're dealing with. Right now we have 4 kinds of data. If we get the data from the search, this is the data that you get. First of all, we have a data parameter, and inside that we have a node. Each node contains an ID, title, and main picture, and each main picture contains medium and large. We also have another model, and this is the model that you get for each anime details. Each anime contains a lot of properties like ID, title, main picture, alternative title, start date, end date, synopsis, and way too many that I can cover in this video. But you can check it out for yourself. We also have get anime by ranking, and the only thing different here is that beside the node, we also get our ranking. And lastly, we have get seasonal anime. So let's now go back inside our application, inside the lib folder. Let's create a folder called models. Inside the models, I'm just going to copy and paste all our models that we have created, because as you saw earlier, we have way too many models to be creating one by one by hand, because these are way too complex. So let's start by exploring our anime. This is the most important model that we have here. It consists of an anime node and also ranking. So we have a lot of nested types inside each other. Anime node in itself contains ID, title, and main picture. And if you take a close look, picture also contains a medium and a large. So this is how we nest our data. We create models that are part of another models. And this way we can have a lot of control over our data inside the app. We also have anime info, and this is actually taking a list of animes. It goes over the list and parses them into anime. It also contains our ranking, and our ranking only contains the rank. But the most complex data that we have is anime details, and as you see, it has quite a lot of properties. And most of these properties in itself are other types. For example, we have the start season, that is in itself another type. It has a year and a season. And we have broadcast and related anime, and way too many. So my suggestion is that you go and study all of these models by yourself. And if you have any question, you can just ask in the comment section. I've also tried to provide some information about what kind of problem these models might have and the kind of data that they return. For example, some of these models are not supported for some specific data. So this is basically all the models that we created. In the next video, we'll go over and create API requests. So now that we are done creating our models, let's start making API requests. For the purpose of this tutorial, I'm going to be using HTTP package to make API calls. So let's create our API folder. Inside this folder, I'm going to be creating 4 methods. Each of them will be dealing with a different kind of anime. The first method I'm going to be creating is getting anime by ranking type. So let's create that. First of all, I'm going to do all my imports and define my method. This method takes two parameters. One is a ranking type, and also we have a limit. Make sure the method is async. Inside the method, define your base URL, and this URL contains your ranking type and also your limit. And we get them as parameters here. To get a response, we are going to be using http.get method. The get method is the method that sends a request to the server to get some data, and http is just a prefix to our import. So make sure to parse the URI and turn it into a URL, and then also add your headers. In this case, we have XML client ID, and use the client ID that you got from the website. So first of all, we check if the status code is equal to 200. It means it is okay. And then we also take care of the else case. So if the data is okay, we decode our data and take our body. So this is going to be our anime JSON data. From this list of data, I'm getting my anime node list by going to data and the data property. So for that, I define a new list called animes. And first of all, I'm going to check the condition. So if anime node/node min picture is not null, I'm checking this condition because some of the animes do not contain this specific data. So if the min picture is not null, only under this condition, I'm going to go and parse my data and turn it into anime. And lastly, I'm going to be returning my data. So on the else case, if we have an error, I'm just going to throw an exception and print some files. So this was all about getting anime by ranking type. Let's also create our other methods. So now let's create our second method. And this method is returning anime by a query. So let's call it getAnime by search API.dart. And as everything is probably similar to the previous one, I'm just going to copy and paste everything. So this method is called getAnime by search API. It takes a query and is pasting it inside our API. And again, like before, we're making a get request, pass the API and also our client ID. And if you're successful, I'm just going to get the data, and using our anime info model that I defined earlier, we get our data and convert it into anime info. Anime info in itself holds a list of animes so that we can later return them as animeinfo.animes. And in case we have an error, we're just gonna throw an exception and print our error. So this is basically all about getAnime by search. Once you learn one of them, you can easily implement the other ones. Two more to go, let's also implement them. So the next method that I'm gonna define is getAnime details. Let's create a file for that. Again, I'm gonna just copy paste everything, because as you see, we have a base URL, and this time it's a different URL. And let me wrap the lines for you. So as you see, this is the exact URL that we use for curling the data, and it includes all the properties that we use to get. And if you don't want any of these properties, you can just remove it. So just like before, we get our response and we check if our response is valid. And this time, instead of an anime info, we are using an anime details to parse our data. So as you see, these API calls are very similar to each other, so I don't have to explain all of them one by one. Let's create our last file right now. So the last API method that I want to create is the get seasonal animes. If I can spell it correctly. The only big difference here is that this time we have a season. And if you look at this season, we're getting current season through this method. I guess I showed you this method earlier. This is a method that I have defined, and this is getting the current datetime.now, and it's checking for the months. So it's checking which season currently we are, and according to that, it gets all the animes for that specific season and for that specific year. And everything is included in the API. We're making a request, get a response, check if the response is valid, get the data, and again we receive an anime info. And if the data is not valid, we're gonna receive an error. So this was basically all about making API requests. But if you find it difficult to wrap your mind around how do we get data from server, you can just watch my previous tutorial where I create a simple app and explain all about API. I'll put a link in the description. So this was basically all about APIs. In the next video, I will explain you how to work with user interface. So let's start defining our user interface. Inside the main.dart, right now we are returning a scaffold. Instead of returning a scaffold, I'm going to return a screen called home screen. Let's also go and define our home screen. Inside the lib folder, I'm going to be creating a new folder called screens. And inside that, I'm going to create a file called homescreen.dart. So to have a good idea of what we are building, I'm going to bring emulator to the site. This is the UI that we are going to be creating, and right now I'm going to be focusing on this bottom navigation bar. So this bottom navigation bar is the new Material 3 bottom navigation bar, and you don't need any package to create it. So let's start defining our home screen. First define a stateful widget, and I'm going to call it home screen. This page takes an index. I'm going to call it index. So instead of a placeholder, I'm going to return a scaffold. This scaffold has a body and it also has a bottom navigation bar. Inside bottom navigation bar, I'm just going to return a navigation bar. Navigation bar is the widget that is recently defined by Flutter to replace the old bottom navigation bar widget, and it requires us some destinations. So inside the state class, I'm pasting some files, and these files include my destinations and also my screens. But it sounds like we have some problem here. Maybe I need to put some more parentheses. Beautiful. So now let's put our destinations here, and here we're calling them destinations. And also inside the body, I'm just going to put my screens. Inside that, I'm going to say selected index. So let's define our selected index, and selected index is a variable that specifies which screen are we in. We have to define it ourselves. So let's create an integer selected index. By default, it should have a value of 0, but inside the init state, I'm going to check if we have widget.index. So if our index is provided and this is not null, I'm going to put my selected index is equal to widget.index. Let's also make sure that this is nullable and that we don't have to provide it every time. And in case this is not null, I'm just going to use a null check operator. So everything is now in place. We have our screens and this is working according to the selected index. We also have our bottom navigation bar. Beautiful. Now let's run our app to see how it works, and before that, we need to import home screen. So our app is up and running right now, but if you click on any of these items, it is currently not working because inside your bottom navigation bar, you have to use onDestinationSelected. This in turn receives a method that is giving you the value, and all you have to do is just to do a steady state and also change your selected index to the new value that is provided here. So now if you hit save and if you click on any of these items, you see that the screen is being changed. But the bigger problem is right now that inside your bottom navigation bar, you have not specified your selected index. So let's put our selected index to selected index. And now if you click on any of the pages, you see that our indicator is also moving. Now let's also add some elevation. And I'm going to give you a background color. And this is going to be a scaffold background color. So maybe I would go with dialog background color. So it was all we had to do for now for creating our bottom navigation bar. In the next video, we will start creating our actual UI and screens. So let's start by building our enemies screen. If you look at the complete design, this is what our enemies screen look like. The first part that we want to build is this image slider. So let's start that. Right now inside the home screen and inside our bottom navigation bar, we only return a couple of center widgets and no screens. So let's replace the first one with the enemies screen. And we also need to create it. So let's make it a stateful widget. Beautiful. And make sure to import it here. We no longer need this screen, so let's close them. So how is our enemies screen gonna look like? First of all, we need to create this app bar and also this search button. So for that, we need to return a scaffold, inside which we have an app bar. Inside the app bar, we have a title with the text of anime board, and also we have an actions with an icon button. Sounds good to me. So let's wrap it with the icon widget. Beautiful. Now to make sure everything is running smoothly, let's also run the app. This is gonna take some time and we will be back. So our app is up and running right now, but we are facing a problem. The first problem that we have is this banner, and I seriously hate that one. So let's get rid of it inside Material app. Here we go, and be gone. The next problem is that we're using a Cupertino icon inside a simple icon. I guess for now we're gonna be more than fine using our simple icon, and it works great. So now we have to work on the body. Right now this button doesn't do anything because we don't yet have our search screen, but later when we click on this button, we should navigate to the search screen. So let's go to our body, and inside that, first of all, we need a single child scroll view. Inside that, I'm going to be needing a column. Inside the column, let's have a size box. This size box has a height of 300. That is the exact size that our image slider has. And inside that, we have a child, and that child is going to be top animes list. So let's actually create this widget. I'm going to go inside library, and I'm going to go to create a new view or a new folder. I'm going to call this folder widgets and top animes widget.dart. Let's create it as a setlist widget. So this widget actually has the job of retrieving data from the API and then returning it. So for that purpose, we need a feature builder, and the feature is going to be one of our API calls. So here I'm going to be using get animes by ranking API. Let's see if we had that. Get anime by ranking type. Let's see what have we called it. Get anime by ranking type API. Okay, so let's change it to anime. And inside the ranking type, I'm going to be saying all. It means go to all animes and only get 4 animes for me. So these are going to be the top 4 animes of all time. And inside the snapshot, I'm going to do some checks. For example, I'm going to check if the connection state is waiting. You have to show a loader. And if a snapshot.data is not null, it means if you have data, then you have to return data. Otherwise, it means you have an error. So let's just return an error screen, and inside the error, pass the snapshot.error, and also make sure to turn it into a string. So this is basically if you're loading, show a loader. If you have an error, show an error screen. So in case we have a data and data is not null, I'm just going to return my data. But what is this data gonna be? This is gonna be top anime image slider. So inside here, I'm gonna just return yet another image. So let's go and create that one. But before that, I'm gonna close some of these windows. Inside animes screen, let's just import it here. And instead of top animes widget, what about if we call it top animes list? Beautiful. Now also make sure that this is constant and get out of it. So the next widget that we need to create is top anime image slider, and I'm going to change it to animes. So let's go and create that inside widgets. I'm going to call a new widget animes image slider.dart. So let's start creating our top animes image slider. I'm going to start by doing all the imports all together, and then I'm going to create a stateful widget with the parameter of type animes, because it gives a list of animes as a parameter. We need to have an index to take care of which page we are displaying. We also need the controller to control our image sliding. Inside the build method, we return a size box with a height of 200. Inside the children, we return a column. Inside the column, return a carousel slider. This comes from a package we added as our dependency. Put your controller and also the item count, that is going to be the length of the animes. Inside the item builder, we have context, index, and also real index. First of all, get your animes out of the list of animes, and then return your top anime picture. We are going to create this widget later. Inside the options, return a carousel options. The enlarge factor is going to be 0.22. And inside the on page change, I'm going to put my index inside the current page index. Then we have some more properties. That is going to be the aspect ratio of the images. That is going to be horizontal. Viewport fraction, it means it takes 88% of the screen. And also the autoplay is turned on. And our initial page is equal to current page index. So if you see the complete design, you see that we have a page indicator here. So let's create that. Under the size box, put your animated smooth indicator. This is also coming from a dependency. Inside the current index, put your current page index. And inside the count, put the length of the animes. So we define our effects, and this is going to be a customizable effect. So this is going to be our effect for active button, and this is also going to be our effect for the inactive button. These are quite similar except for the color, because this is the design that I decided to have. And lastly, I'm going to define my type anime picture. This is this picture that you are seeing, so I define it in a separate widget. It has a clipboard rect to have curved corners. It also has an aspect ratio of 69. That is the exact aspect ratio that we provided here for the carousel options. So now let's save everything, and I'm also going to import this widget, but it doesn't quite recognize it. So let's make sure that this is top anime image slider. Let me copy this, and again this is the problem with the ace. So I'm going to call it top animes image slider. Beautiful. Now let's make the import, and it still requires some animes. So where do we get our animes from? I'm going to say final animes is equal to snapshot dot data, and I'm going to turn it into a list. Let's also pass our animes here. Beautiful. Now if we hit save and go back to our application, we see that we successfully have our carousel image slider, and we can slide it as we want. So this was all about creating our slider. Let's also create other parts. So now that we have successfully built our featured animes, let's also build our other parts. For that, I'm going to go to complete app. This is the next section that we want to build, and as you see, we have quite many of them. So they are actually very similar. All of them are showing a number of 10 animes here. So for that, let's create a widget, and I'm going to go back to the main app. So let's go to the animes screen, and as you see here, yes, here we have the size box with a height of 300, and this is holding our top animes list. That in itself holds the top animes image slider. So the next section that we are going to build is going to be the top animes for each category. So maybe also put some comments here. For example, I'm going to call it featured animes, and there are just 4 of them. Then I'm going to have my top animes, and for that I'm going to put another size box, this time with a height of 350, and inside that I'm going to put my featured animes. Alright, So let's create featured animes, and I'm gonna do that inside my views. And talking about views, we don't have a folder with that name, so let's create one. And of course inside library directly, views, featured animes, if I can spell it. So let's create this one as an stateless widget. And if you remember from the complete app, this holds animes from different ranking types. For example, the first one is the top ranked. We have top popular and top movie animes. So if you remember how we created our APIs, we had a specific API for getting the top animes. And that API was get animes by ranking API. So to use an API, we need a feature builder. So inside the feature, we have to call our API, and that was get anime by ranking type API. And as you see, it requires as a ranking type. And because we don't want to duplicate our widget, I'm gonna get my ranking type as a parameter. I'm also gonna get my label. And the limit is always going to be 10. So inside the builder, we get a context and a snapshot, and as always, I'm going to first of all check if it is loading. So if it is waiting, make sure to return a loader. The second case, if we have data, we can check it like this. If a snapshot has data, or we can also check it if snapshot or data is not null. In fact, this is the better way. And the last case is if you have an error. So I'm gonna directly return an error screen. And let's say snapshot.error.toString. So the most important part is here inside if we have our data. So if we have our data, the first thing I'm gonna do is to get my list of animes. And that is inside snapshot.data. Because Snapshot gets its data from this get anime by ranking type API, and this is returning an iterable of type anime. So here I have an iterable of animes to be simply called a list of animes. So as you saw earlier, that widget contained two parts. We had the top part that had the label and also a view all button, and the bottom part was a list of animes that could be scrolled horizontally. So let's create the top part, and for that we need a column. Inside the column, I'm gonna put a size box with a height of 15. This is gonna be our title part, so maybe label it title part. Inside that, I'm gonna put a row with the main axis alignment of space between. So maybe for better understanding, I'm just gonna go to the complete app. So if you take this for example, you see that we have one label and one button, so we have to put some space between them. That's why this is space between. But vertically we want them to be centered. So cross-axis alignment is gonna be center. The first text is our label, and we give it a text style. So that's right. Next, we need to put a button here. And that's gonna be a text button. Wrong place. So inside the onPress, I'm gonna put nothing because we have not yet created that widget. But inside the child, I'm gonna create a text, and it's gonna say view all. Beautiful. Now let's also go inside our animes screen and actually import it. So this requires two parameters. The label, and the label is gonna be top ranked. It also requires me a ranking type, and that ranking type is gonna be all. These ranking types belong to the anime website, so you cannot put anything inside it. There are 9 categories, and you have to put the exact same word that they ask for. So now let's just go back to the main app and also run the project to see how it turns out. So our app is up and running right now, and as you see, everything sounds fine. But as you see here, we have some problem with padding. This widget doesn't require to have a padding, but this one does. So maybe we don't need to put them inside the same column. For that, I'm going to go inside this anime, and I'm just going to create a new column for this. So this is a column inside another column. And around this column, I'm going to put some padding. And for the padding, I'm going to say padding start no bottom padding. This is actually a default padding, but without the bottom. Let's hit save. And it looks a lot better. So let's go inside our featured animes. We added the top part. We also need to create the bottom part. So the top part is here, inside the row. So under this size box, let's create our list view. And instead of list view builder, I'm going to be using a list view.separateDate. Put commas to format everything correctly. The first thing I'm going to always put is item count. So item count should be animes.length. And there seems to be a problem with it. It is because this is considered to be null. So use a null check operator, because we're sure that the snapshot.data is not null. But then we need to put the separator builder, and inside that all we need to do is to put a size box with a width of 10. So this is like putting 10 pixels of size box between every widget. And lastly, we need to create our item builder. Inside it, let's get our anime. And this is inside animes. Element.index. So now that we have our anime, let's return it. And we need to return it inside an anime tile. So let's also create our anime tile. Let's save it here and go to anime tile. I'm going to create it inside widgets. And make it a set list. Anime tile takes one parameter, and that is an anime node. So here let's return a size box. With a width of 150 and a height of 200. And inside the child, just return a column with the main and cross axis alignment set to start. And inside the children, we're going to have a clip rect. This is how we want to give some border radius. So inside the border radius, give a border radius dot circular, and this is going to be 8. And inside the child, we use a cached network image. Cached network image comes from a dependency with the same name, and this is useful for caching our images, so it doesn't have to be loaded again every time we visit our API. It has a required property that is image URL, and inside that we need to put anime dot main picture, and I'm gonna put the medium because this is just a preview and not a full screen image. Make sure it covers the entire widget, and also to have an explicit height of 200. Beautiful. Now we also need to put our title, so I'm gonna first of all put some space. A size box with a height of 10 might suffice. Then we need to put our title, so let's put a text, and this is saying anime.title. Because some titles are long, I'm gonna allow them to be up to 3 lines. And for the style, this style has been defined inside the text styles, and please do not mistake it with text style that comes from Dart itself. And for the overflow, I'm gonna say text overflow dot ellipses. So everything seems to be fine right now. Let's import our anime tile and also pass our anime. So inside anime tile we require an anime node, but this anime is an anime widget, so we need to pass the node here. Nice. Let's also save it here. And I also hot restart the application. Sounds like we have some errors. So we need to add some more things inside our list view. And one of those things might be to make our shrink wrap true, because we have used an scrollable unbounded widget inside another one. So it causes a slight problem, but we say that this is limited and this is not going to go beyond. Beautiful. Now we can see our list view, but we still have some bottom overflow. And that is because we need to change our scroll direction. This is not going to be vertical, but actually horizontal. So let's say the direction is going to be horizontal. And it should do the trick. So let's hot restart our app again. So the true problem here is that our list view takes all the space horizontally and also vertically, and we haven't resolved it yet. So this is a good idea to usually put it inside the size box and specify a vertical height. So now I say this is going to be 300, and it worked correctly. So now we could successfully create our featured enemies. And this widget is going to be used in quite a lot of places. Beautiful. So now let's close it. And if we go to the main app, we see that we have top popular, top movies, and top upcoming animes. So let's also create those. From here on, this is going to be just a copy paste. So let me do it this way. 1, 2, 3. This is going to be top popular. This is going to be movie. And this is going to be upcoming, if I'm using the right strings. So maybe I need to go to anime category. So these are the categories that we have, and out of these categories I want the by popularity, movie, upcoming, and favorite. So let's create them. The first one I'm going to put is by popularity, movie. Let's also put favorite, and I do one more copy, and that is going to be upcoming. So let's hit save. And now we have different categories. Let's also not forget to change their labels and also their comments. This is going to be top popular. I'm also putting the same inside the label. This is going to be top movies. And let me replace that with top ranked. This is going to be top favorited. And I'm going to replace it with here. And lastly, this is going to be top upcoming, and I'm going to also put it here. So if we now hit save, we see that we have different categories. We have top ranked, that is corresponding to this feature, because we featured our first 4 animes. We have top popular, we have top movies, and also top favorited. So this is basically it about our home screen. The next part that I'm going to be working on is this view all button. So right now if you click on it, you get nothing. But I'm going to create a view for that. So let's get into it. So right now if you click on the view all button, this is not going to achieve something. But we want to create a screen that displays all the animes in the list view. So let's actually go and create that. Inside screens, I'm going to create the view all animes screen. So the job of this screen is to get all the animes through API. So let's create that. Beautiful. The first thing we need to return here is a feature builder, and the feature is going to be get anime by ranking API, because if you click on the top ranked animes, it has to display all the top ranking animes, and if you have to click on the top popular, this is going to display a list of top popular. So let's get a ranking type as a parameter, and I also want to pass my label to be displayed inside the app bar. Let's also add them to the constructor. So beautiful. Now come inside the builder, and here we have our snapshot and also context. So the first thing I'm going to do is to take care of loading and waiting state. This is all repeated stuff, so I'm going to be quick. And in case that we have data, and you can check that by saying if our snapshot has data, or if our snapshot data is not null, then we're going to return our list view. So I'm going to be calling it animes list view, and because we have two of them, one is ranked and one is not ranked, I'm going to call ranked animes list view. So let's create this widget inside views, and don't forget to say ranked animes list view .dart. So this widget is so simple. It is just a stateless widget. All it does is to return a list view wrapped with a padding, and the padding is going to be our default padding. Inside our child we have a list view .builder. Beautiful. Let's also wrap things correctly. So every list view .builder requires an item count and also an item builder. We get the list of animes from the previous screen. So let's say we need a list of animes. Let's import animes, and I prefer to use an iterable instead of a list. Good. So inside the item count, I'm gonna say animes.length, and inside the item builder, we return a function. The first thing I'm gonna do is to get my anime. So my anime is equal to animes.elemented.index. Here we return an anime list tile. We could very well use our anime tile, but that is not how we want our list tile to look. So I'm gonna create a different widget that is anime list tile. Let's go and create that widget. I just copy and paste everything because this is a rather simple widget, and for now we don't have any navigation. Beautiful. So let me just wrap things up inside the ranked anime list view. Maybe I just import my anime list tile and pass my anime that we have above, and inside view all animes screen. Just gonna import my ranked animes list view and pass the list of animes that is of course equal to snapshot.data. We have to make sure this is not null. We also need to pass a limit of 500 here, because that is just as many as we can get from the API, as the free version only allows 500 animes for each category. So let's hard restart the app. And let's also not forget to go to our featured animes, because that is when we have our view all button, and add some navigator. So things got a bit out of the screen, and all I did was to create a navigator to navigate to my view all animes screen, because right now we don't have any navigation system. So the app is loaded successfully, and if you now click on this view all button, we're taken to a new screen. But here we have a problem, and maybe the problem is because here we have no scaffold. So I'm just gonna wrap it with the scaffold. I'm gonna put an app bar. Inside the title, I'm gonna put a text that is gonna hold the label, and inside the body, I'm gonna put my feature builder to get the list of enemies. Because every screen in Flutter needs to have a material ancestor. So let's save this, and everything works as expected. So this list is actually displaying a list of 500 enemies. And this is different for each separate widget. For example, if I click on the top movies, we're gonna display a list of top movies. Beautiful. So with this feature out of the way, the next feature that we're gonna work on is gonna be the anime detail screen, because we want to show a detail page for each anime. So let's start building our anime detail screen. I'm gonna close these other windows. Let's go to screens, and this is called anime details screen.dart. So let's start by creating a stateless widget, right? So the first thing we return is a feature builder, as always, because we're getting some data here. The feature that we're going to be using is get anime details API, because you know that we have a specific API that is getting an anime based on its ID. So let's also define our ID and add it to the constructor. Right? Now we need to go inside our builder. So if you are loading, just simply return a loader. If a snapshot has data, or if a snapshot of data is not null, it means that we have a data. Otherwise, it means we have an error. So let's return error screen. Nice. Now in case that we have some data, we need to return a scaffold. But before that, we need to get our anime. So let's say final anime is equal to snapshot.data. And as you see, this data is returning an anime details here. So for that, we need to return a scaffold. And to have a better understanding of the app, we need to switch to the complete project. If you click on this, you see that this is a detail page, and this is quite a complex widget too. So the first thing that I create here is this image. So inside the scaffold, we don't have an app bar. Instead, we have a body, and inside the body, we need a single child scroll view, which in return returns a column as this descendant. Every column has cross-axis alignment, and I'm going to set it to start. So the first child that we're going to have is this image, and because the widget is going to be too big, I just make a separate widget for it. So let's say build anime image widget. So this is going to take a image URL as a property, and this is going to return a stack. Because if you see here, we have a button on top of this image. That's why we need to stack that button. A stack is like a column. It has a list of children. So the first child here is our image. And we can very well use the cache network image and pass our image URL. That is going to be image URL. Let's also make sure that it covers the entire screen and has a height of at least 400. And for the bit, I'm going to say this is going to be double.infinity, because I want it to cover the entire screen. Now we need to put our button. So let's say we define a position. It's going to have a space of 30 pixels from the top and also 20 pixels from the left. And inside this child, I'm going to put a builder. Because if you don't have any builder, we cannot use context. And we click on this button. This should navigate us back. So we need a builder here. This is where we put our button. And this gives us access to the context. So here I'm going to return an iOS back button. This is a specific button that I define inside a separate widget. This button has an onPressed property. And when you click the onPressed, this is just going to say navigator of context dot pop. So let's create this button, and I'm going to go inside comments, create a folder for widgets, because this is the widgets that we're going to be using in all different features, and I'm going to call it iOS back button dart. So I'm just going to copy and paste all the code, and this is basically just a clip or rect around the size box. We use a container for color. In fact, we can just move the width and height inside the container and get rid of the size box with an icon of auto back iOS new. We can very well get rid of this border radius and define a decoration here. Beautiful. Because container widget has a lot of properties in itself, so we don't need a separate widget for clipping it, and we don't need a separate widget for getting a size. Let's also import it, and here we go. Let's make sure these have the same name, and also pass the property. The property is going to be image URL, so let's say anime. So I need to provide main picture, and I'm going to provide a large one. Let's also say that this is not null, because we very well check that this is not null, but Flutter Analyzer still fails to understand that. Let's also put a null check operator here. This is an error that Flutter gets sometimes, and I think this is a problem with the Dart Analyzer. Yes, it was a problem with that, and we actually didn't need this. So now I'm gonna save this and go back to my main application. And since we defined our anime details screen, let's go to all the places that we can navigate. I'm going to start by going to the anime screen. The first place that we have our animes is the featured anime. So let's go inside our top animes list, and top anime is image slider. So here when we click on this item, we need to navigate. So we have our cursor slider, and it has a top anime picture. So this is actually the place inside the Inkwell. I'm going to navigate. Let's say navigator of context dot push. And let's also move to anime details screen and .id. I'm going to pass anime dot node dot id. So it should be ready right now. And now if I click on it, it takes me to the detail page. So let's close these widgets. Inside anime detail screen, we have actually defined this build image, and this is actually using an iOS back button. And I guess the problem is about using a color widget as long as a box decoration. So if you have a color, you have to move it inside the decoration. Let's say save now, and everything is working correctly. But there is still a problem with the color. For example, if I go to the main app, I'm going to see that this is using a white color with a kind of gray color for the icon itself. But here it's a bit different. But that problem might be about theming. I'm going to fix that in a future video. So let's get back to the main app. We're almost done with this. The next widget that I'm going to be creating is the title. So let's return back to the anime detail screen. And after putting the top image, then I'm going to also comment. Let's also put our title. This is rather a small widget, but I'm going to still create a separate widget for that. So let's come here and say build anime title. And we can say that it very well returns a widget. You could specify the type, like saying it returns a text, but I'm not going to do that for now. So this widget takes two parameters, and they are going to be English name and also a name, because every anime has two names. We have a Japanese name and also an English name. Right now we're going to only be displaying the English name, but in the future we should have an option to choose which name we want to display. So let's for now just put the English name here, and I'm also providing it some style. So let's define a style for this, and I'm going to say text style. The font size is going to be 20, and the font weight is going to be 500. We also have the color, and that's going to be theme of context dot primary color. And again, because we don't have our context, we can either import it or just wrap our entire widget with the builder. And this gives us the context necessary. So hit save now. And we also need to put it build anime title, and that's going to be anime dot title. And so the English title, I'm going to say anime dot alternative titles dot English. If you now save, so it says that we have an error. But we're not seeing any error inside the analyzer. So I'm just gonna rebuild the app and come back. So I rebuilt the app and now it's working fine. Let's also change the zoom level. So if we now go to our description, we have our image and we also have our title. But as you see, the title is not displayed so properly. So maybe we should give it some padding, but we don't want to apply the padding to this image because this image has to be taking full weight. So for that reason, I'm going to move it inside yet another column. So let's wrap it with a column, right? And we also need to put it inside a padding. And as always, I'm going to be using a default padding. If you now hit save, we see that the text is displayed properly according to the new padding. But there is still a problem, and this is about color of the text. We don't want the text to be this color. So let's go to main.dart. And here we see that we have not applied our themes. And if you remember, we had a class app theme. Here we have defined our light theme and also our dark theme here. But we haven't used them. So let's first of all make sure material app is not constant. Inside the theme, that is the default theme, we have to apply our light theme. And inside the dark theme, we have to apply our dark theme. Now let's hit save. And we see that our color is back to normal. So after building our title, it is time for us to build the description. First of all, put the size box with a height of 20 to put some space between these two. Then we need to build our description. But the thing about description is that this is usually a very long text. So if you want to be able to control your description, we have to create a specific button. So I'm going to go to command. Inside the widgets folder, I'm going to create a widget called Read More Text. This should be a global widget, and when you pass a long text to it, it takes care of the rest. So let me just copy and paste everything from here. So this is basically all our widget. It takes a text, and it checks if it has to show all the text by saying read more. So what read more does is it determines the max number of lines. So if you are allowed to read more, it displays 1000 lines, that no description is ever that long, otherwise it only shows 5 lines. We also have set our overflow to ellipses, and inside the text button that we have, that is either showing a read less or read more, I'm gonna change the state of read more to the opposite. So now let's hit save here, and inside here I'm gonna say read more text, and I'm gonna pass anime dot synopsis. So if you now hit save, we have our description, and if you click on it, it shows all of it, and if you click on it again, it shows half of it. So this was basically all we had to do about our description. Let's also put another size box, but this time maybe not that long, and I'm gonna put it just 10. But another problem that I noticed is that this title is not aligned as we expected, and that has to do with cross-axis alignment of our new column. So let's set it to start. Hit save, and now the title is aligned correctly. So the next part that we're going to build is the anime info. First of all, let me show you how it looks like in a complete app. So this is basically anime info. There are way too many of them. So I'm creating a widget for each line that is showing a title and also a description, and then I'm gonna nest all of them inside the separate widget to make the code look cleaner. So here under the read more text, I'm gonna create a new widget, and that's gonna be called anime info. So let's say build anime info, and again I'm just gonna copy and paste the entire code because all of them were repeated. So come down here under the image title, under the anime title, I'm gonna paste my anime info, and what it does exactly is that it returns a list of info text, it passes a label and also a value for them. We also take the number of the studios, for example, because anime studios is a list, so in order to show them in front of each other, I'm gonna go and join them one by one by a comma and a space. The same happens for genres. I'm gonna go and map each of them, and then I'm gonna join them with commas and also with alternative titles. Here we take an anime details as a parameter, and we return a list of info text. So let's build the info text here. Go inside the widget and build a widget called info text.dart. So this is actually a very easy widget. So let's define it as a stateless. I'm going to call it info text. The first widget that we return is a rich text. And here we have two properties. We have final, label, and we also have our info. So let's pass them to the constructor. Inside the rich text, I'm going to first of all put my label, but inside the text span. So here first of all put our text, and that's going to be our label, and then I'm going to pass my style. We also have our children. Let's put a list, and inside that again we need to put text spans, and inside the text I'm gonna again put my info, if I can spell it correctly. So let's also put some commas, right, and fix our imports. Now we need to come here to import our info text, but here we have a problem, and that is our 2-minute extension is not recognized. In the first video I told you that these are some extensions that I put for you, so you just need to import it here. Nice. We also have an error here, and this is the name of our method. So let me see, build anime info widget, and here you need to pass your anime. Let's see if we have got the name right. In fact, it was right the first time. So this is build anime info, and you need to pass your anime, and that's going to be equal to the anime. Nice. Now if we hit save, you see that our anime info is displayed correctly. So now that we have our anime info in place, let's build the next part. And if you go to the complete app again, here we have the anime background. So let's build it next. So let's build the next part, and the next part is going to be anime background. But before we build this widget, we need to build another widget, and that is going to be our container. We have a widget called white container, and all it does is it returns a material. In fact, it's not even a container. We need an elevation of 3, some border radius. We also need a color, and the color is going to be white 54. So that's why we call it a white container. We also need a padding, and the padding is going to be agentsets.all. Maybe I put a padding of 16 from all the sides. And lastly, inside that padding, we need a child. And the child is going to be equal to the child, and we're going to take that as a parameter. So we basically want to build a wrapper widget, using which we can wrap our other widgets and give them some nice padding and color. So under the build anime info, I also paste my build anime background, and it requires a white container. And I notice that here I have missed a T, so let's name it white container. Beautiful. Let's go up and use our build anime background. And inside the background, I'm going to pass anime.background. But the problem is that this background can be sometimes a null widget. So first of all, let's make a check. So if anime background is not empty, this is the widget I'm going to display. Otherwise, I'm going to display a sizebox.string that takes no space. So let's say save now. And here we should have our build anime background. Or maybe this anime does not have background. Let's go to the next one. Weird, because it is still not showing up. Yes, you see that we have our background here, because as I said, some animes lack a background. So let's also put our size box with a height of 10. And here we go. It looks nice, as it should be. So let me go to the complete app again, and after the anime background, we need to create our anime widgets, and this is going to be a grid view that is containing a lot of widgets. So let's start building it. Maybe I'm just leaving this up here at the side and start building the next one. So let's start building our image gallery. I'm going to go down and inside, and under this build anime info, or maybe here, I'm going to build my widget. So this widget is taking a list of images as a parameter, let's say. So if you wonder what picture is, this is one of the models that we have defined, and it contains the properties and string medium and large. So here we have to return a column first, and this column has two children in fact. One is a text that we see image gallery that is not displayed here, maybe because of the color, and one is our grid view. So let's first of all put our text, and inside this style I'm gonna say text styles.medium. So let's put it here, for us to be able to see the process of building it. So build image gallery, and this is going to be anime.pictures. So let's go inside build the image gallery, and I forgot to say that this is actually a list of pictures and not a single picture. So the error is solved, and now if we hit save and go back to our main app, so we now can see our text image gallery, but it also reminds me that we need to put some space here. And the file has become too long. Or maybe 20, because these are some big sections. Hit save. Nice looking there. So now we need to put another size box here. Let me give it a height of 5. Next I'm going to be putting my gridview.builder. The first property that I'm going to specify is item count, and that's going to be equal to images.length. We also need some other properties. The first is shrink wrap, and let's set it to true. Because this is a scrollable widget that we use inside another scrollable widget, we have to make sure that this is fixed, and we also need to change the physics to never be scrollable. So now let's work with our grid delegate, and I'm going to use Sliver grid delegate with max cross axis count, fixed cross axis count, and cross axis count is going to be 3. Nice. We also need to specify our child aspect ratio, and that's of course going to be 9:16. We also need to give some space of 8 from both sides. Now what we need to do is to define our item builder. Inside the item builder, the first thing I'm going to do is to take my image, and that's equal to images@index. Return a clip or rect, because we want some border radius, and our border radius is going to be 10. Inside the child, just pass an image.network and put the image.medium inside it. Also make sure to put a boxfit.cover so that the image covers the entire thing. Nice. Let's also make sure that this is constant, and maybe this one. So if we now visit our app, we see that image gallery is actually working, and it's working fine. Let's also test it with another anime, and it is correctly being showed on. So this is our image gallery. It has the text, and it also has a list of widgets. And now that I look at it, we perhaps do not need this size box. But anyway, it was all we had to do with our image gallery. Now we want to click on any of these images and open up another screen. So for that, I'm going to wrap my image.network into an inkwell, and when we tap on it, we have to move to another screen. That screen is going to be called network image view. So let's define it. Again, go inside the command and widgets and define network image view. So this is going to be a very simple view. Import material.dart and take an image URL as a parameter. We also need to add it to constructor. Inside here, I'm going to return a scaffold. And inside the body, I'm going to return a center. Inside the center, just return an image.network and pass your image URL. Then you need to set the box fit property to match the center. Cover. And this is all we had to do. So let's come here and say we need to push material route. And let me come here, and here we need to return a network image view, and the image URL is going to be image.large. So let's get the formatting right, and the problem here is that I forgot to put the entire thing inside. Here we go, and now it's working fine. So let's hit save now. And now if we go down and click on any of these images, this is going to open up in a separate view. So in the next video, we will learn how to define our related and recommended enemies. So after building our image gallery, now it is time to build our recommended enemies. And if you notice, that's going to be very similar to this featured enemies, except the fact that we don't have this view all button. And this is also not taking data from API, but rather we already have the data. So let's come here, and inside the featured enemies, I'm just going to copy and paste everything. For this, I'm going to go inside views, and here I'm going to create similar enemies view.dart, and I'm going to paste it completely. But we need to make some modification. The first thing is change its name, and we also don't need a ranking type and a label. We need a label and also a list of enemies. So I'm going to say enemy node. Let's also change it here. And next, we don't need a feature builder, and we don't need to take care of loading or error. We just need this part that is representing the data. Copy this one, and we can simply get rid of the feature builder. So here we don't need this button. If you take a look, this is going to be the view all button. So this is inside a row. I'm going to first of all delete this button. And because our row only has one child, I'm just going to get rid of the row itself too. Beautiful. And here, I'm going to return enemy itself instead of enemy.node. And we also need to organize imports. And my preferred habit is to make them shorter and separate from the package imports. Beautiful. Now it's safe to use, so go inside enemy detail. If I can type it actually. So come up here after the image gallery. First of all, copy the size box. Here I'm going to be using similar enemies view. So let's pass our list of enemies, and before that I'm going to format. So inside the list of enemies, let's say enemy.recommendations, and I'm going to map everything. So each one is an enemy recommendation. I'm going to just turn it into an enemy node because each of them contains a node in itself. And lastly, turn them into a list. And inside the label, I'm just going to say recommendations. So let's also copy it one more time. One of them should be enemy recommendation, and one of them should be similar enemies. I'm going to take a look at the complete app to see which one. So first of all, we have our related enemy, and then we have our recommendations. So let's say related enemy, and here we have recommendations. Also here I'm going to say related enemy, and this is going to be related enemy. And we need to copy it and change it to related enemy. The outcome is not different. Let me just go back to the complete tab. Now we successfully have our related enemy and also recommendation. But one bit of tiny detail that we missed is that these two should be at the start. So now let's go to similar enemies view, and now that we don't have a row, we have to provide a cross-axis alignment and make it the start. And this is displayed correctly. Nice. I also want to add one more feature, and that is if you click on this enemy tile, you have to be taken to a detail screen, like the one that we are inside right now. So for that, wrap your enemy tile with an inkwell. And inside the on-top property, make sure to navigate to enemy detail screen. Now hit save. And now if you click on any of these items, you are taken to another detail page where you have your all features, your image gallery that you can click on, and you also have your related anime that again you can click on. So with this, our detail page is complete. Everything seems to be working fine. So with that, our home page is also complete, but we still miss some points like the ability to be able to click on any of these items and navigate. That should be an easy homework for you. Next, let's start working on a search feature. So now that we have defined our animate screen, it is time to work on our search screen. Inside the list of screens, replace the centered widget with your actual search screen. Now create search screen inside screens folder. For now, I'm gonna save home screen and close it. So let's define our search screen here. Inside the build method, I'm gonna return a scaffold with the padding from all sides. Inside here we have a column. We first of all put the size box with a height of 50 to give some space from the top. Then we put the text, and this is called search for animes. And then I'm gonna put another size box with a height of 20 this time. Inside that I'm gonna put an inkwell, but the on tab is empty for now. Then we put a clipboard rect with a border radius of 30, and inside that I'm gonna put my container. The height is 70, and inside that we have a widget called search, but here it is just a container. Now inside inkwell I'm gonna use the shoeSearch method. This is a method defined by Flutter team itself, and this is no method I have defined myself. So it requires us a search delegate, and I'm gonna create it here. This search delegate takes 4 methods, and we have to define them one by one. So first of all, I'm gonna put my list of animes here. Then I create a method for searching anime using the query. And again, query is something we have inside the search delegate. It is not a text field or something like that. So list of animes is equal to get animes by search API, and we also make sure to await it. And then we have to put it all inside the list of animes we have. So the first method I'm gonna build is build actions. And inside that I'm gonna put an icon button. If you want to know how to work with search delegates, I have a specific tutorial about working with search delegate and search feature. I'm gonna put it at the top right now. You can watch it to understand better. But here we have a query, and every time I click on this button, that is a clear icon, we clear our query. The next method that we have is build leading, and inside the build leading, we have an arrow back. What this widget does is to close our search field. Then we have a build results, and inside it we return build search results. So let's define our fourth method, that is build suggestions. Inside here we perform an actual search, and that is search anime. And then we return build search results. Build suggestion is the most important method because every time you input something inside your keyboard, this method is being called. Build search results or build result method is only called when you click on the finish icon and you are done searching. But this method is going to be called every time you press a key. So let's define it here. First of all, we check if the query is empty. So we return that the query is empty. Otherwise, I'm going to say we have to perform a search using a feature builder. Inside the feature, I'm going to call get anime by search API. And this is a method we define that takes a query and search it. Then inside the builder, we check if we are waiting and we don't have any data. In that case, we return a center widget with a circular progress indicator. Otherwise, if a snapshot has error, we just return an error page, but this time we define it explicitly and do not use our prepared widget. Otherwise, it means that we have data, so I'm gonna first of all get the list of enemies using snapshot.data, and if by any chance the list is empty, I'm gonna put an empty list. So then I'll return a search results view and pass my list of enemies. Search result view is a widget that is returning a list view and displays all our enemies. Let's start defining it by using padding, and I'm gonna be using a default padding. Then I'm gonna return a list view.builder, and inside that I'm gonna put my item count and also item builder. Inside the item builder I'll get my enemy and return an enemy list style. And this is the widget that we had defined earlier. So now let's go inside our home screen, and I'm gonna be importing my search screen. Let's also perform a hard restart. If we now come back to search screen, we see this widget, and if we click on this, it is gonna take us to the actual search delegate. This search delegate is only working if we have at least 3 characters. So if I start typing O, N, and just E, the search results are gonna start appearing. Beautiful. And if you now click on any of these enemies, we're not taking any search screen. So let's start working on that too. Come back inside search screen, and here we have our search result view. For now, if you click on any of these enemies, you're not gonna take them to any place. So let's go to enemy list style. So inside the inkwell property, define a navigator to return to details page. I'm gonna do it quick. So now let's hit save. And now if you click on any of these items, it is gonna take you to a detail page that we just learned how to create. So this is basically everything about the search widget, and now we can see everything in action. If you click on the clear button, it is gonna clear the text field, and if you're gonna click on the back button, it's gonna get you out of the search screen. So this was all about the search screen. In the next video, we will learn how to build our categories screen. So now that we have defined our search screen, let's also define our categories screen. This is how it looks right now, but if you visit the complete app, this is how our category screens look. We have 9 different categories of enemies, and each of them are displaying a grade. So let's go back to the complete tab and start defining it. Right now we are inside home screen, and inside our screen property of the bottom navigation bar, we are just returning a text. So let me replace it with the categories screen widget. Next, we need to define it inside screens. And here I'm going to create it as a stateful widget. So now we also need to import it inside home screen and close this tab. Let's also close this one. So inside categories screen, we need to have our tab bar. For that, we wrap everything inside the default tab controller. The length is going to be 9 and the child is in scaffold. The reason I'm using a scaffold is because we have a body. We also have our tab bar inside our app bar. So let's define our app bar with a title. Inside the bottom property of the app bar, this is where we define our tab bar. Our tab bar requires a list of tabs, so let's define it. There are many ways you can define your list of tabs. For example, we can just say we have an explicit list of tabs, and I'm gonna put 9 tabs here. But this method is not very good, because if you, for example, have more tabs, this is gonna be painful to maintain them, and this is also taking a lot of space. So let's use a simple approach, and that approach is using enemy categories. We have already defined a list of enemy categories here that we need for different occasions. So we can just map them and turn them into a list, knowing that they have the title and also their ranking type. Both of them are going to prove useful later. So let's say enemy categories, and I'm going to map each of them, and lastly turn into a list. So each of them is going to be called an anime category. And for each of them, I'm going to return a tab. And every tab has a text, and that's going to be anime category.title. So I'm going to pass my list of tabs and refresh the app. We may also need to do a hard restart. So now as you see, we have list of our tabs, but they are so small that we cannot even read them. The only thing we know is that they all start with letter T. So to make them bigger, we need to use scroll while property and set it to true. This way we tell Flutter that they can be scrolled, so they can take as much space as they need. And this makes them to appear as big as they are and show all the text. But we have another problem too, that we have some unwanted margin on this left side. So to get rid of that margin, we can just use the tab alignment. Tab alignment.start. So save the project and it is working fine. I'm also adding some more configurations here. For example, I'm going to change the indicator size to be as big as the label. I'm also giving some color and weight. So let's say save now. And this is the tab that we desire. So this is all about our tab property, but we also need to provide our body here. So right now we are inside our app bar, and outside of it we just need to define our body. And inside the body I'm going to be using my tab bar view. So the tab bar view is in control with our tab bar, and it syncs accordingly. Inside here I'm going to put my list of screens that we haven't yet defined, but using the same approach that we did here, I'm going to also define my screens. So let's do it. Again, I'm going to go and map anime categories. And lastly, turn it into a list. And this time, for each anime category, I'm going to return an anime grid view. And also need to pass my category. That is going to be anime category dot ranking type. Beautiful. So we now have a list of screens here, but we also need to define our anime grid view. Let's do it here. So I'm going to go inside the views and define my anime grid view dot dart. And let's make sure to remove that last A. So what basically anime grid view does, it is to make an API call, and then it gets the list of animes and then pass it to another widget. So let's define it. By now I'm sure you're pretty confident in making API calls and using Future Builder. So if you want, you can just pause the video and do it on your own. Otherwise, let's do it together. So let's call it anime grid view here. And as always, I'm going to be using a feature builder. So inside the feature, I'm going to call my good old method. And that is get anime by ranking type API. It requires us a ranking type and also a limit. Let's get our ranking type as a parameter. I'm going to call it category to match my naming convention there. And let's make sure to spell the required right. So now we can import it here, anime grid view, and we also need to pass our category. So close this one. Inside our ranking type, I can just pass my category, and inside the limit, I'm going to say 100. This is going to be quite enough. So inside the builder, we get our context and the snapshot. And again, I'm going to take care of the loading and error cases. I'm going to do it fast. So in case that we have data, I'm going to first of all get list of animes. and then I'm going to return a widget, and this widget is called animate grid list. We pass two properties here. One is our title, and that's going to be category.title. The next one is going to be list of animes, and I'm going to simply pass my animes. So here we need to use an anime category, and inside the rank type I'm going to pass category.ranking type. So let's also go to our previous screen, and that's going to be category screen. Here we actually need to pass the entire anime category, right? So this page is complete. Let's now create our animes grid list. I'm gonna again build it inside the views folder. So this is called animes grid list.dart. So I'm just gonna copy and paste all the code here. So here we basically have a stateless widget, and inside it we have a masonry grid view.builder. And this is coming with the package from the same name. Here we have some property about spacing, an item count, and item builder, the same as a simple grid view. We also get our anime from list of animes and pass it to a grid tile. So grid tile is actually a simple widget. It is a material with a cache network image inside it, and it also has a routing to anime details page. So let's change the routing to our new style. Beautiful. So let's hit save here, and here also we need to import the animes grid list, and here we need to pass a list of animes. So here we have to make sure this is not null, and we're already checking here snapshot the data is not null. So let's save, and as soon as we save we see that we received the list of animes, and that is actually so great. So here it is, our list view is in front of us. And if you now click on any of these items, we're going to be taken to a detail page. So with this, our categories screen is coming to a conclusion. In the next video, we will learn how to apply dark mode and also save data inside shared preferences. So now that we are done creating our categories screen, let's start working on our settings screen. I'm going to start by creating my database helper. So let's go inside our lib folder and create a folder that is called database helper. Inside this folder, I'm going to create a file called database helper.dart. So the database we use for this project is called shared preferences, and we use this database to store our data as key value pairs inside the user's device. So first of all, let's create our database helper class. Inside this class, I'm going to create an instance, and I'm going to make sure to use the singleton pattern. So for that, create a private constructor of the class. Then we need to create an instance of the class using which we have to access our methods. And this way we can ensure that we can only access the methods in this class using this instance and only this instance. Let's also create an instance of our database that is shared preferences. Then we need to create the database getter. This getter is returning an instance of shared preferences. So if the database getter is not null, it means it is initialized. We just return it. And if this is null, we have to initialize it and also then return. So inside the any database method, I'm going to get an instance of shared preferences and put it inside the database. Then I'm going to return the database and make sure this is not null. Then we need to define our methods for our settings. The first setting that we work on is changing our dark mode. So first we have to define a getter, and this getter is checking if you are inside dark mode or not. So first of all, get an instance of database, and using that instance, we use the getBool method. This method checks the database for a key, and in this case our key is defined here. So our key is dark mode, and this is going to check our database to see if this key returns true or not. And as the method signature shows you, this method is going to return a boolean, and in case this method is null, we're going to return false. So overall, this method is checking if you're inside the dark mode or not. We also have a method for setting our dark mode, and this method is taking a parameter of isDark. Again, we need to take our database instance, and this time instead of getting, we are setting a boolean, and again I'm going to be using isDark mode, and I'm going to be setting into isDark property, so this can be true or false. We also have a method for anime title language, and this is going to be exactly the same as the above one, and we also have a setter method. So this was all about our database helper. Next, let's create our qubits. So now that we are done creating our shared preferences, this is time to handle our states. So in this application, we're going to have two states. One is going to be our theme. We're going to take care if we have a dark theme or a light theme. We also have the title language. It means that every anime has two titles, and we have to take care which title to display, the English one or the Japanese. So for the sake of this project, I'm going to be using block and specifically qubits. So let's define qubits folder. Inside this folder, I'm going to define two qubits. The first is our theme qubit. So now it's time to define our qubits, but before that, if you want to learn how block and qubits work, I have a specific tutorial about that. You can check the link in the description. So let's start by defining our theme qubit class, and this class is going to extend the theme qubit of top of our theme mode. So theme mode is going to be our set for this application. It can be a light theme or a dark theme. First of all, we need to create our constructor and specify our default value. In this case, this is theme_mod.system. So this is taking the theme mod from the user's phone. Then I'm going to call getCurrentTheme, that is getting the current theme from shared preferences. And we have already defined the method for that. We have a getter here that is checking if we are inside the dark mode by comparing our state to dark mode. And then we define getCurrentTheme method. This method is going to be using database helper and specifically isDark mode getter. It is saving the dark mode inside the isDark mode variable and then emit a new state. So this state is going to emit a theme_mod.dark if we are inside the dark mode and theme_mod.light otherwise. We also have a method for changing the theme, and this method is taking a parameter. Again, I'm going to be using database helper and set dark theme, and I'm going to set my dark theme according to the parameter and also emit a new state. The last method that we have here is getting isDark mode, but this one the difference is that we do not emit a new state, but we only get our isDark mode and return it. So this is basically all about our theme qubit. Let's also define our second qubit, and this qubit is going to be anime title language qubit. So what this qubit does is that it listens to the default language of the app and displays the anime names accordingly. So let's start creating it. So let me just copy and paste everything, and here as you see, this is very similar to the theme qubit, except this time we have a boolean type that I have defined using a type div. Again, inside the super constructor, I have a default value, and I'm calling this method to get the default value from the database. The only difference is the method that we use. This time we're using isEnglishGetter, and also the set isEnglishSetter. So let's hit save now. Now this is time to create our actual settings screen. So let me go to home screen again. Here, instead of returning this center widget, I'm going to return my settings screen. Let's go to screens folder here, and I'm going to create settings screen.dart. Let's create this screen as an stateful widget. I also gonna import it here and close it. So the first thing I'm gonna return here is in scaffold. So inside the scaffold we have an app bar, and inside the app bar I'm gonna have a title with a text called settings. Let's also define our body, and inside the body I'm gonna put first of all a padding. And let me put the padding of default padding. Inside the padding we have a child that is obviously a column. So inside the column, let's return our children. I also want to define my, let me get it formatting right. So I also want to define my cross-axis alignment. That is going to be start. So inside the children we have three widgets. We have one widget for the dark theme, we have a size box, and we also have another widget for the anime title language. So it sounds like the app is stopped working, so let me just run it again. So the app is up and running right now. Let's go to settings screen. Here as you see we only have settings. So let me first of all go here and make sure that we center the title. Let's set it to true, hit save. Nice. So let's go inside our column. Here we have three widgets as we said. So let's build our first widget, and this is going to be regarding our theme. So I'm going to say theme switch widget. I'm going to create this widget separately here as an stateless widget, or maybe as an stateful widget. Let's call it theme switch widget. So this class is going to take care of our dark theme. For that reason, I'm going to create a boolean flag, and by default I'm going to set it to false. Inside the build method, I'm just going to return a row, because every theme has a text and also has a switch. So before defining our children, let me put a main axis alignment, and this is going to be space between. So inside the children, first of all I'm going to put a text, and this is going to be is dark mode. Then I'm going to put my actual switch, that is going to be a Cupertino switch. This got a value, I'm going to set it to is dark mode, and it has an unchanged method. For now I'm going to put an anonymous method. It also takes a value. So this is going to be the UI for that. And we need to just save everything to see if it works. So it works beautifully. But in order to be working with this method, we need to use our block, and to be able to use our block, we need to provide it. So let's just go back to the main.dart, and I'm going to wrap my material app with a block provider. And now I'm going to turn it into a multi-block provider. So let me just import the block, and I'm going to convert it to multi-block provider. So here we need to at least provide two blocks. I'm going to provide my both qubits. The first is going to be theme qubit, and the second one is going to be anime title language qubit. Nice. So now let's go back to the settings screen. Here I define a method for changing our is dark mode. So inside this method, first of all I'm gonna change the is dark mode to its opposite to be able to toggle it. I need to perform this operation inside the steady state. So let's just steady state and do this, and I'm gonna turn it to arrow operation. Nice. Let's also remove this to be able to perform everything in one line. So now we need to use our block and actually toggle our dark mode. So to access our block, we need to use context.read, and I'm going to specify my block. In this case, this is going to be a theme qubit, and I'm going to go and call the method change theme and set this dark mode to dark mode. Nice. Let's directly call this method here, and inside here I have used dark mode. So let's hit save and go to settings screen. And now if you click on this, you can actually toggle it, but the problem here is that we are not changing it. So for that we need to go again to main.dart, and here as you see we don't have a theme mode. So in order to be able to use this, we need to specify our theme mode. So we also need to wrap our material app with one more widget, and that is going to be a block builder. So we use a block builder to be able to access the values inside of our block. In this case I'm going to be defining theme qubit, and theme qubit is of type theme mod. So let's say theme mod is equal to state, And inside the material app, I'm gonna put my theme mode and I'm gonna set it to theme mode. Beautiful. So now if you come to the settings screen and change this, our theme mode is actually changing. But we might still have a problem. For example, if I just hard restart the application. So if we restart the application, you see that we have the correct theme. But if you come inside settings, inside this dark mode, the button displays the wrong theme. It says that this dark mode is not true, but in fact it is true. So to solve that problem, we need to come here and wrap our Cupertino switch with the block builder again. Here again, I'm going to be using a theme qubit. And I'm going to say theme mode. So here we need to say, we have to initialize the value of its dark mode. So I'm going to say, its dark mode is equal to state, comparing it to theme mode dot dark. So as you see here, the initial value of the theme mode is wrong. So every time the button is built, you have to first of all initialize its dark mode, that is by default false, to the value of its dark mode and compare it to the state. So now I'm gonna hit save and change the menu. If I come back, you see that its dark mode is showing the right value. So this was basically all about the theme qubit. So now that we created our dark mode switch, it is also time to create our next one. First of all, I'm gonna put some size box here. The height is gonna be probably 20. And as our entire video is gonna be constant, so let me add constant here and not here. So let's create our next switch and I'm gonna call it Anima Title Language Switch. So as this switch is gonna be so similar to this one, maybe I should just copy and paste it. So let me just create it as a stateful widget. Nice. And here I'm gonna return the entire row. So here I'm gonna define my state, but instead of its dark mode, I'm gonna say it's English and I'm gonna initially set it to false. Again, we need a text and this text is gonna be is English. And inside the block builder, I'm gonna be using Anima Title Language qubit. And this one is gonna be a boolean. Here, instead of its dark mode, I'm gonna say is English. And I can directly set it to state. So this time our state is gonna be of type boolean. So I'm gonna say is English directly is equal to state. Inside my Cupertino switch, I'm gonna put my is English. And inside the unchanged, I'm gonna say toggle anima title language. I know this is such a long name, but you always have to try to choose very meaningful names, or otherwise you're gonna forget them. So let's create this method. For this method, we do not require any parameter, so I can just put an underscore here, and let's also say this is async. But the reason we put an underscore is because underscore is considered to be a parameter here, and this method onChange, it requires as a parameter, but we're not gonna touch it. I'm just putting here to exist. So first of all, let's set the state and change our UI, and inside that I'm gonna say is English is equal to not is English, meaning that I'm gonna reverse the value of is English, because this is how you toggle a button. If this is true, you set it to false, and if this is false, you set it to true when you click on it. Next, I'm gonna be using my blog. So let's say context.read, and this time I'm gonna be using Anima Title Language qubit, and let's say change Anima Title Language, and I'm gonna change it to English. Let's hard reload the application, and we already have is English. I'm gonna go to the home screen and open up one of the enemies where it has a default Japanese name. So inside categories, this is our top anime. And as you see right now, it has an English name, but this is while our is English is turned off. So let's turn it on, and we still see our English name, but that could be because inside our anime detail screen we have yet not take care of that part. So let's go to that. So inside anime detail screen, let's find our anime title, and as you see right now, we are already returning English name. So let me just return a block builder here, and this, first of all, we need to import it and also say its type. Inside the builder, we also have our state. So here I'm gonna say is English is gonna be is equal to state. So if this is English, I'm gonna say English name. Otherwise, I'm gonna say name. Nice. So let me hit save here. So now if we open up this anime, this is still showing an English name. And if we turn it off, now it has to show a Japanese name. Nice. So this was our second switch, and to test if this is working properly, I'm gonna turn both of them on because their default value is false, and I'm gonna hard restart the application to see if their value is being reset or saved in the database. So the app is hard restarted, and as you see, the theme is dark, so we know for sure that our dark theme is working. We also have our as English set to true, so it means it is also working. So by finishing this screen, our app is all complete. So this is the time to say this was all about this tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, you can ask in the comments. See you in the next video. This video will teach you how to build a note-taking app using Firebase. I will not only cover Firebase CRUD operations, but also show you how to build this beautiful UI in Flutter using Masonry Grid View. So stick to the end.
This is the starting project for our app. Here we have some files and folders, like the common folder and also the features, and here we have a welcome page. And of course, you do not need to worry about these files and folders for right now because I'm going to talk about all of them throughout this project. But keep in mind, if you want to continue with this video, you must install your Firebase setup. And also, inside your pubspec.yaml file, you have to install these 3 packages. So if you are done, you can continue with this video. This is our first page, which is a welcome page, and you can see the UI here. And in this page, I'm gonna do the authentication first. And the authentication method that I'm gonna use in this course will be the sign in anonymously. And of course, you can do the other sign-in methods like Google sign-in, which I have already created a video about it, but I'm gonna not use it, and in this video I will use the anonymous sign-in. So the first thing, I will change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and now I can create a method here, and I will call it sign in anonymously. And here I have to make an instance of Firebase auth, and then I will import it, and I will use the sign in anonymously method, and I have to just use this sign in anonymously into here, and I have to wrap this column with a gesture detector. And here on the on top property, I can call sign in anonymously, and when I hard reload the code, I can do the sign in method. So when we click here, you will see that nothing will happen, and the reason is this, that we have not set it up in the main.dart. So if we do the sign in right now, nothing will happen. So let's go to the main.dart, and here in the home property, right now the home property is just a simple welcome page, and here I just want to use a stream builder. We have this, and here I say if the snapshot dot has data, if snapshot dot has data is null, it is the reverse. So in this case I will just return a welcome page. Else if snapshot dot data, snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot done. If this is the case, in this case it means that Firebase auth is done, so we need to return the home page where we show our notes, and also the default will be a home page, so I will return the home page. Yeah, and in this stream builder, the stream property will be the Firebase auth, and we use the method of auth state changes, so it will automatically show for us that whether the user has signed in or not. So all we did here, we just use an stream builder, and the stream is just this auth state changes. It is a method which is especially used to see if the user has signed in or not. And if snapshot.hasn't data, it means that we haven't signed in yet. I will show a welcome page, and if we have data and it is done, so in this case we need to show the main home page. I will save the code, and here when I sign in, it will be directed to the main home page, and here we can show all our notes. Now let's work on the functionality of adding notes into the Firebase store. When I click this button in the home page, I should be directed to the add note screen. We have already created this page here in the add note screen, so I go to the home page, and here we should have a floating action button, and this is our floating action button. And in the onPressed, when we click this, I have to make a navigation to the add note screen page, and here when I click this floating action button, I will be navigated to this page, and here we have two text fields, a title, and also here for a description. Also, I need to create here a widget around the button, which when I want to save my note, so I have to create in the library, I will create a folder, the name of widgets, and the first widget will be around button. Let's import the material package. And here I have an status widget, and I will call it around button, which I can use it throughout my project. And here I will have a container, and this container will have a decoration of box decoration. It has a color of colors.gray, and also border radius. A border radius of circular, and I will give it 8. And the child will be a text button. It has an onPressed, which is empty for now, and also the child. So here I can create two constructors, because we don't want to give the value of onPressed and also the child here, and we will give it and the constructor. So I will say final string text, and also final void callback, which is a function and I will call it onPressed, and I then just need to create a constructor for it, and the child will be text and the function will be onPressed. What is wrong with this? Yeah, here I need to create a text, and inside it this constructor, and I will put a const here. So everything is done. Now I can use this round button inside my project, so I'll go to the add note page, and after here the flexible, I can use this round button, and the text will be save, and the unpressed. Now let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks good. I just need to give it a padding. And the top will be a padding of 15. So now let's hot roll the code. It really looks good. So the functionality will be that here we have a title, we have a description, and when I just save the code, it should be saved to the Firestore. So for this means I will create in the library a node repository folder, node repository, and here I will create a file, node repository .dart. So I will create all the methods and the functionality of adding nodes or updating or deleting. So I will add all this functionality here. So I need to create a class, the name of node repository, and I will create a final of Firestore. I need to add two fields, Firestore, which is a Firebase, which is a Firebase Firestore.instance, and also a final auth, which is a Firebase auth.instance. So I'll have the instance of both Firebase auth and also Firebase Firestore.instance, so I can use it. And the first method that I will create will be add node to Firebase. This is the first method, and I have to make it asynchronous, so I will use the async keyword and here the await keyword. So what I have to do is to add some data and fields like node, the description, user ID, and also the node ID, and also the time sent. I will store all this information into the Firestore. So I have to create also a model, and inside this I will create a model, and the name of the this model will be node.dart, and I will create a class. The name of node model, and we need 5 fields inside this model, and they will be final string title and also final string description, final string we need final time sent, because we need to keep the time that this node is being set. And the next we need a final string user ID and also final string node ID. So we need all this information, and I will create a constructor for them. I can make a JSON serialization, and we don't need this part. I can just remove it, and also this part, because we don't need these two parts. So everything is done, and now we go to the node repository, and here, so what we have to do is to just go to the Firebase and our Firestore. So I go to the Firestore, which I have already created, and inside the collection I will call it nodes and then doc. So I can just put it inside a variable in the name of collection, and now I will make it await collection dot set. So now we have to set the data and the data that we want to set, and before this I have to create an instance of the model that I have and not a node model, and I will call it node model, and it will be equal to node model dot to map. I have to call node model, yeah, and here I have to give value to this model. We have to give value to title, description, and all this information. So we have to use constructor here, and I can call it, okay, the first one will be title, and also it will be description, and also the user ID. I can have it, and yeah, this are enough. We need only times the title and also description. The user ID, it will be the auth.current-user.uid. This is the user ID, and also the node ID will be collection.id. And if you ask what is this collection, it is this firestore.collection nodes.doc, and this ID will be the exact ID of this doc. So we will save it inside this Firestore and inside this field node ID. And the time sent, I have to create here final time sent. It is equal to datetime.now. We want to keep the time that we send the message. So everything is done, and now I will say here the node model to map. Yeah, so what we did here, we create an instance of the node model, and when we give all the data, and then we just set the data and use to map, which will add all this data that we have inside this model into the Firestore. So everything is done here, and now we can just use this method into the add node page screen. So I will go here, and inside this save round button, I can first create an instance of node repository, and I will just call the method of add nodes to Firestore. So it needs two properties, title and also description. So what is a title and what is a description? We have two text fields. The first text field for title, and the second text field here for this description. I just need to create an unchanged property here, which it has title. I can just call it a value, it is better. So, and also we need an unchanged property here. It has also value. And now I will create two here I need to create two variables, and first I need to change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and in the state I will create, it's not final, string title, and for default it will be empty. And also I will create another variable and I will call it description. It will be also empty in default. And here in the first text field I will say that the title will be equal to value. So every value that we have inside this text field, it will be added to this title, and also every value that we have inside the second text field will be added to the description variable. Yeah, everything is done. I will just save it, and we have the title and also the description. So now everything is done. Now that we added the logic of adding nodes to the Firebase, we can show these nodes into the home page. So let's go to the home page, and here we can create a body, and I want to show the nodes using the stream builder. So I will create a stream builder. This stream builder has two properties, a builder and also a stream. And a stream is actually the node that I can say the property of a stream we should provide that where did we put the node. So I can just say the Firebase Firestore.instance dot collection nodes, and then snapshots. So here I will also make an if statement that if the snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot waiting, it means that we haven't get the data still. So in this case I want to just show a const center child of circular progress indicator, and if we have data in the default, we just want to return a list v.builder. So I will return a list v.builder. It has also a context and also index, which we can share the data using it. And here I will say the first I need to get a map of the data that we have. So I will say final node data map, and it will be equal to snapshot dot data dot docs, and then we use this index. So we get all the data by using this index, and then this is my map that I have, and then I have to create an instance of my node model. Once again I will call it node model, and here I need to use the method of from map. So I will get all the data that I saved in the file store. I need to get it back, and the map will be node data map dot data. So it is okay. Also, it is better to clarify that this stream builder is the type of query snapshot, and also this snapshot is the type async snapshot, which is the type query snapshot. It is better to clarify all of this. And now we get an error here, and because the error says that the argument type object cannot be assigned to parameter type map string dynamic. So I can just create a cast here. I will say that this map is as map string dynamic, and now there is no error. So we have the node model, and then I need to return it. First I will just return a simple text that I can show you, but later on I will just create a complete widget for it. I need to just say node model dot title. First I just show you the title. So we have it here, and when I save the code you will see that here we will have the data. Also, I forgot to say in the list without builder we need to say the item count is equal to snapshot dot data dot docs dot length. So how many nodes do we have here? And when I save the code we should see it. And now I go ahead and add some titles. Yeah, you will see here we have some, but you can't see it, so I just need to change the style. So I will say and text style, the font size will be 20, and also the color will be white. When I run the code you will see here we have this 3G because we typed it 3 times, and we have it. But I don't want to just show a simple text with a title. I want to show a complete node tile, so I have to create a widget for it. And here let's go to the widget folder, and here I will create a node tile. Now I will import the material package, and then I will create an stateless widget, and I will call it node tile widget. So here I have to return a container which have a decoration of box decoration, and the color will be for now colors.blue. Later on I will change the color, and we will have a border radius dot circular, and the radius will be 8. So I will put a comma here, and then it should have a child, and the child for this will be a column which we can show all our data that we want. And the first, it will be a title, so I will say it is a new title, and the style will be a text style of, it has a font size of 20 and a color of black. Yeah, it is okay. And after the title, we need to show a timestamp, a date to the user. So I will say for now it is only July 23, 2023. It is okay. I need to put a const here. So now I will create two constructors. I need to import this node model, and also I need to show a color, so I will also have a color. Then I can generate constructor for this, and the colors will be color, it cannot be const. And also here we have the title, so I will call it node model dot title, and here the date I will just call it node model dot timestamp. It is perfect. Then so we have this node tile widget here. It has a color and a column. We show a title and also a timestamp to the user. So let's go to the home page, and here I will return this node tile widget. A node model we have already here, and the color. So in the common folder I have a file here in the name of colors, and we have all the colors here. So I can just come here and create an instance of my colors, and then colors and index. So it is okay. And when I run the code, I should see what happens here. Yeah, I think we should get an error here because it says that timestamp is not a subtype of a string, and the reason is that the date time that we send to the Firestore, when it goes to the Firestore, the type changes into timestamp, and here we cannot show it as a string. So that's why that I need to change the type of it. So in the build method, I come here, and first I have to import a package, and the name of the package is Intel package, and using this package I can change the timestamp into a string, which I want to do it. So here I will say a final string date, and it is equal to date format, and the format will be a type of MMM, and this three big letters M will be somehow the month, the July, June, like this. And then we need to show the day, and after that I will show the year, and then I will say the format. The format will be node model dot timestamp dot to date. Yeah, it is okay. And then I can just show this date here, and let's run the code and do a hot restart. Yeah, as you can see, we have the nodes here. It is completely okay and it's working, but we need to change the UI a little bit. We need to give the padding for it. So I will give it a padding of padding should be from all sides, and I will give it a padding of 8. Let's run and see how it looks. It looks a little bit better, but not still that good. So I should bring this title into the store, so I can go to the column and say that cross-axis alignment needs to be cross-axis alignment dot start, and now it should be better. Yeah, right now it looks better, but I will change it also in the future. But now we can just accept this and continue the video. So now we have all these nodes here and we can see it. And if I go ahead and add another node here, like I will call it, the title will be Flutter and the description will be Flutter is a great tool. So I will save it. And also you notice that we have a problem here. When we save the node, we should automatically navigate back, and I will also do it. So but now you can see here we have the node here added with the Flutter, and the time will be July 24 and 2023. It is completely working. Now that we have the functionality to add the node and also we can show the nodes, I think it is time to do the next step, and it is that when I click one of these nodes, I go to the node page and I can show all the nodes, I mean all the information like title, description, timestamp, and all of this information to the user. So for this means I need to create a gesture detector. I need to wrap this container with a gesture detector, and on the on top property I need to make a navigation to the node page screen. So I say navigator. Yeah, it is. So here we have the navigation, and by this code we go to this node page screen, which I have already created, and we have the UI here, and we want to show the title, the date, and also the description here. So for this means first I want to change this stateless widget into a stateful widget, and now I want to create the constructor. Yeah, and now I can show all the data here. Yeah, so here I need to show the title, so I say widget.nodeModel.title, and I need to make sure it is not null. And also here I need to show the description, so I will say widget.nodeModel.description, and it should not be null as well. And here I need to show the date, but if I say directly nodeModel.timestamp, it will be not right because the timestamp is not a type string. So I need to copy this line of code once again, and I can also use it here. I will go to the build method, and here I will copy it. So I think I can just again turn this to a stateless widget. I don't think that we need a stateful widget. And I can just take this and paste it into the build method. So I can use this date now here, and it should work. So now let's go to the node tile, and I need to initialize this node model here, and the node model will be node model. And now I will save the code and hard restart. Now let's check it out. When I click this, yeah, I'm navigated here and I can see the title, the timestamp, and also the description. So it is working. And now I also want to add the delete function here. So when I long press on these nodes, I can delete it. I can also do it here in the node tile. So in this gesture detector, we have what on top property, and also we have another property on long press. So when we long press this node tile, what should happen? When this happens, I want to delete this node. So I can go to node repository, and here I can create a function. I will call it delete node on Firestore. And here I can just go to the Firestore.collection. I will call it nodes.doc. So which document should we delete? Each document is a node, and we want to delete the node that is specified. So I can just give it a constructor, a parameter like
node ID, because using this node ID we can delete the specific node that we want to delete, and here we want to delete this doc with this node ID. So we go to Firestore.collection nodes.doc, and we want to delete that node. So I can also make it asynchronous and use a wait here. And now I should take it and go to the node tile, and first I have to create node repository instance, and then I will call this method delete node on Firestore, and I have to provide the node ID, and it is the node model that we got. We have the node model and node ID. So I will save that. I have to save here also, and now when I long press on each of these nodes, it will be deleted. You can see here. Yeah, it is working very well. Now that I'm here, I also wanna refactor the code a little bit. In the home page, here we have the stream. So I just take it and go to the node repository, and here I want to create another function, and I call it display nodes, and I will return this. And now I take it and go to the home page. Once again, I need to create an instance of node repository and then use this method. And I think it is a better way of doing it, and it will be more organized. So everything is working. I do hard restart. So most of the steps are done. I can go ahead and create another node. I will call it game, and the description will be I love playing games. And when I save it, once again we see that it's not navigating back, so let's solve it. And when I save the code, so I go to the add node screen, and here when I'm adding the node to the Firestore, I want to do a navigation back. So I say navigator.pop.contest, and now I save the code, and here we have the node. And if I just go ahead and create another node, like I can call it anything, when I save it, you will see that we will navigate back, and it is working very nice. Right now most of the steps are done, and we can add the node, we can delete the node, and also we show the nodes. And when I click it, I can go to the node page screen, and the only step that is waiting for us is the update screen. So I want to add another button here that when I click it, I can update the node. So let's do it. To update the node, I will have to create another screen. So I will come to the features, and here I will have another folder, and I will call it edit node. I can also create a file, again update node.dart, and I will import the material package and create an stateful widget, and I will call it edit node screen. So as the edit node screen is really the same like add node screen, I will just copy all the stuff that we have here, and I don't need to write it again. So I will copy all this stuff from scaffold. I don't cut it, I just copy, sorry, and here I will paste it. And of course we have to do some stuff to make it work. First I will create two variables here, and I will call it string title, which initially will be empty, and also I will have another variable, I will call it description, because we need to update these two titles and descriptions. So I will have these two variables, and I have to import some of this stuff, and also I have to import the round button and node repository. So I will delete this one. So I think everything will be okay now. So we have two variables, title and description. Also we need to have access to node ID. So I create a parameter here. I need to create a node ID, which it will be a type of a string, so I don't need to mention it. And here I need to make a constructor and node ID. So now what we have to do is, when we are on one of these node pages, when I click a button here, I need to be navigated to this update screen, to this update node screen. So first I will have to create these two buttons here, one for updating, and also I will create another button that I can navigate back. So let's create a widget, a widget of an icon button. So I will come to the widgets, and here I will create a custom button, and I will import the material package and create an stateless widget, and I will call it a custom button. So here I can just return a container, and it has decoration of type box decoration. I need to give it a color, and for now it will be gray, and also border radius. So once again I give it a border radius of 8 and radius dot circular and a radius of 8. I think it is very good. So now it is better to call it const, and the child of this container will be an icon button. It has an unpressed and also icon. So now I have to create a constructor for it, because we don't want to give it a value here. So I can call it final void callback, and I will call it unpressed. And also I have to create another one, and it is a type icon data, and I will call it icon data. So now I will have to generate constructor for it, and the unpressed will be here, and we want to know what should happen when we press this icon. And also here I will give it the icon, and also I will change the color of the icon to white. Now let's save the code, and now I can use this custom button inside my my node page screen. So let's go to the node page screen, and here inside this column I wanna create this custom button, and it has an unpressed and also icon data. So the first custom button will be a button for navigating back. So I will just use this array back is, and in this button we want to perform the functionality for navigating back. And also I will create another custom button, and this one will be for editing the node. And yeah, so I can just write it edit icons.edit. So now let's save the code and see how it looks. Yeah, we got a problem because we don't want them to look like this. I need to put it inside a row. So I will just cut this too, and first I will create a row here, and inside this row I will have these two icon buttons, and the main axis alignment for this will be main axis alignment dot space between. it will look nice. Yeah, here it is. And now you can also give it padding, because it should have some distance from the bottom and also from the top, so I can wrap it with a padding. Only from top 10 and also from bottom it will be 15, so it will look better right now. So what should happen when we click these buttons? When we click this button, it's really easy. We just want to navigate back, so let's implement it. I just say navigator.pop. But when we click this button, we want to navigate to the edit node screen, so let's also implement this one. Yeah, I just create this navigation. So now I need to provide this node ID, and we have access to this node model here. I just need to take this node model dot node ID. Yeah, it is working well. I just need to make sure it is not null. Now I will refactor the code and save it. So now that everything is done, let's see how it's working. So when I click this button, you will see that we'll navigate back, but when I click this button, we will be navigated to this page, which is a page that we can update our node. So let's implement the functionality that how can we update the node. So I will go to the node repository. First, let's go to the update node screen. This edit node. I need to call this one edit node screen so that I don't get it mistaken. I will say edit node screen, right? So now in this edit node screen, when we press this save button here, I need to update the node. So let's go to the node repository, and here I will create another function for it, and I will call this function edit node on Firestore. So I can also call it await and make this function asynchronous. And I go to the Firestore, to the collection of nodes, and then I go to the doc of node ID, and then I need to delete this node. So what we are actually doing is we go to the Firestore, to the collection of nodes, and we want to delete that document according to this node ID, which we will get from parameter. So we can delete, it is really the same like deleting the node, and you can delete or update the exact node that you want to do it. So in this parameter, I can have title, description, and also the node ID, because we update the node according to this node ID. So now, yeah, and I did wrong because we don't want to delete, we actually want to update. So here we want to update two fields, and the first one is title, which we want to be a title, and also the second one is description, and it will be description. Yeah, it is okay. I just saved the code, and now I need to use this method inside my edit node screen. So I came here, and once again, like always, I need to create a node repository, and here I will call this method, and we need to provide the parameters. We have description, the title, and also the node ID. So we have already these two variables, title and description, and we have in the unchanged, yeah, as I said in the add node screen, we have the unchanged, we have the variables, and when we write something inside this text fields, it will be added to these variables. So I just need here to write description, and also here the title, and the node ID. Yeah, we have the node ID here, so I just write it widget.node ID. So everything is done. I can also put a const here. Now let's hard restart the code and see how it's working. So I clicked this one, game. So when I click this button, I will be navigated to this page, which is update the screen page. In the title, I can change the game into like Flutter, and also in the description I can write Flutter is really great. So right now when I save, I also should add the navigate back. So when we save the code, when we save the node, I also need to navigate back. So I will say navigator.pop, and I will save it. So when I save this one, yeah, you see that here it changes to Flutter, and also Flutter is really great. Still, we have a problem that when I edit the node, you will see that we will navigate back and it doesn't change as soon as that we edit the node. So I think it will look better that when I edit the node, we should be navigated to this home page screen, not in the node page. So instead of navigating back, I can navigate to the home page screen. Yeah, and now I will save the code and put comma here. And now once again I will update this G, and when I write here science, and in the description I will write science is very interesting. So when I save it, yeah, we will be navigated to this home page screen, and it is completely changed. So here science, and science is very interesting. It's perfectly working great. So I will put a const here, and we did it. So right now the functionality is complete. Our node app is doing everything. I can add the node, and also I can see the nodes here, and when I click it, I will be navigated to node page, and I can edit the node, and also I can delete the node by long pressing the node. So everything is working well, and at the end I just need to do some UI stuff because our nodes are not looking very nice right now. So I need to just make some changes to these nodes to that it can look better, and it will be better. Let's start by changing the way that we are listing our nodes. So right now we are using a listView.builder, and I think it's not a good way of listing these nodes. So instead of that, we can use a package called Flutter Staggered Grid View, and using this package it will be very nice that we can show all our nodes. And let's go to the home page, and here right now we are using a listView.builder, but I'm gonna delete it. So I will cut this part that I'm gonna need later on and delete this part, and instead I can just go ahead and import the package Staggered Grid View, and now I can use a class called masonry gridView.count, and here you should provide this data, and cross-axis count will be equal to 2, and this item builder, which will be this, and I can now paste all the data that I copied, and also I have to provide the item count. The item count will be equal to snapshot.data.docs.length. It shows how many nodes do we have here, and also I can provide some other information like main axis spacing. I will use 3, and also the cross axis spacing, which is equal to 3 again. And now I will save the code and let's see how it looks like. And right now you will see that it looks really great, and it can be looks like this. And if I go ahead and add some more nodes like Flutter, and now when I save this, you will see that it looks like this, and I think it's much better than listing in a list view builder. So I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, and we created this node app completely from scratch. And right now we can add the node, we can see these nodes and click it, and we have the full node, and we can update this node, and also we can delete this node just by long pressing it. So I hope that you enjoyed this tutorial, and see you later.
In this tutorial, you will learn how to create a full-fledged chat application in less than 30 minutes. This app has all the features that a chat app requires, like ability to send and receive message, images, and also videos. Also, ability to show last message and see if your messages are being read. To get started, please clone the GitHub repository from the link in the description. Let's start off by creating our chat feature. The first part that we're gonna work on is the repository. Create a file for chat repository, and this is where we define all our Firebase related methods. Create chat repository as an immutable class. The first method that we need to define here is create chat room. So when two users chat, we will create a chat room for them to store their messages and keep track of all the details for their chat. This method requires us of a user ID. And we also apply try and catch for error handling. The logic is that if we fail to create a chat room, we would return the error message. Otherwise, we would return chat room ID. The first thing that we need to do is to get a reference for our chat rooms collection. Then we need to get the list of chat room members, and it is really important to sort them. Let's define my UID above. And let's now sort the list and make sure to use 2 dots instead of 1. So the sorted members returns the list and not the sorting function. Now is the time to get our existing chat rooms to see if there is a chat room between two users already. For that, we use our chat room reference and set a condition to only get those chat rooms that exactly has the list of members. So if existing chat rooms are not empty, we return its ID, as we are sure there is only one chat room. Otherwise, we begin to construct a new chat room. So we create the chat room ID, and in case you don't know, we use UUID package for that. Next, let's create a model for our chat rooms. For that, I'm gonna create a model folder inside which I'll put my chat room model. This chat room is gonna be an immutable class inside which we have 5 fields. We have a chat room ID, a last message timestamp, a list of members that's gonna be only 2 because we usually have chat between 2 persons, and created that to say when our chat room has been created. We also have toMap and fromMap methods. Inside these methods, instead of using normal strings, I have used constant variables. All of these constants are defined inside a file called Firebase Field Names. To access these files, you can clone the GitHub repository or simply copy and paste. Now back to chat repository. Let's create a chat room instance. We already have our chat room ID. Last message is gonna be empty, and last message timestamp is set to datetime.now. The list of members are gonna be equal to sorted members, and created that is always gonna be datetime.now. But when you see the same code twice, there's always an opportunity for refactoring. So I'm gonna put current time inside a now variable and use it in both places. Beautiful. Now all that remains is to post our chat room to Firestore using set method. And what this method does is to create a new document in your collection if it doesn't exist. otherwise it will replace your document data with the new one. Also make sure to convert your chatroom object to map using toMap method. And lastly, we would return the chatroom ID. So I guess it was all we needed to do for this method. Let's also create a method for sending text messages. This method takes 3 parameters, a message, chatroom ID, and receiver ID. We apply error handling using try and catch, and in case we have an error, we just return it. But if we don't, I'm just going to return null. So let's create our message ID first. We also need to store current time inside a now variable. Now let's create a model for our message, and again I'll copy and paste all the code. Our message takes several properties. First, we have a message that can be our text or the link for the video or image that we have sent. We also have a message ID, sender ID, receiver ID, message timestamp, a bool to check if message has been seen, and also a message type to check whether this is a text message, image, or a video. And per usual, we have toMap and fromMap methods. Back to chat repository, let's create a message instance. We already have provided message and message ID. And for the sender ID, I'll just put my UID. We have the receiver ID, timestamp is equal to now, send property is false, and message type is set to text. But then I noticed that I have defined my method outside the chat repository class, so let's move it in. Next, we need to get a reference to the chatroom that we want to send our message to. Inside the chatroom, create a subcollection called messages. Create a document with the message ID, and then save the message inside the document. Now we also need to update the last message. Again, we need to use chatroom reference. Use the update property to only update certain fields. Other fields are gonna stay unchanged. Here we only need to update last message and last message timestamp. So that's all for sending a message. Let's also explore how to send a media message that contains either an image or a video. And because those two methods are very similar, I'm just gonna copy and paste. Inside the properties, instead of a message, we need to take a file and make sure to import it from .io. We also need to provide a message type, and we also need to save our media to some storage. I will use Firebase storage for this purpose, and let's not forget to rename this method to send file message. For using Firebase storage, we need to create a reference. For that purpose, let's get an instance of Firebase storage at the top. Use the ref property to create a folder inside Firebase storage. Then specify a child to create a subdirectory, in this case, name of your file. This structure is very similar to Firestore, in which you had a collection and then a document inside that collection. The ref property here indicates the root directory of our storage, but giving it a parameter of message type, we create a folder with the name of that's either an image or a video. Then we specify a child, and as we're inside the folder, the child name indicates the name of our file. Lastly, get the download URL out of the task snapshot and use that as our message content. And instead of text, let's change our message type to be equal to message type parameter. And just like previous method, we get a chatroom reference and save our message inside that. The only difference here is that we update our last message and indicate we have sent an image or a video. I also noticed that we're sending raw date times to Firebase, so let's change them to milliseconds since epoch in both of the places. The last method we need to define here is send message. This method requires a chatroom ID as well as a message ID. Inside this method, if you open chatroom's collection, find that specific chatroom by chatroom ID, go to messages subcollection, find the message using message ID, and then set the message send property to true. And now for handling the errors, put everything inside a try and catch, then make a return type a feature of nullable type string. Here we go. So this was all about chat repository. In the next section, we will start working on with our providers. Now that we are done creating our repository, let's also define our providers. For that, I'm going to create a folder for providers, and the first provider that I'm going to code is the chat provider. This is the most basic provider, and its only job is to return an instance of chat repository. so we can access it anywhere in our code. The next provider that we define is called getAllChats provider, that is responsible for getting all the chat rooms that we are part of. This one is going to be an stream provider, so we get the data in real time. So if someone sends us a message, their name should appear in the list of chats. Also, the last message has to be updated in real time. So let's define a stream provider. For that, we need to create a stream controller. Let's specify a type for this provider, that is iterable of chat rooms. I'm also gonna make it auto-dispose. And inside the dispose method, let's close the controller and cancel our subscription to Firestore. At the end of the method, we also need to return controller.stream, and hence our controller should be of the same type as our provider. Now let's create our subscription to Firebase. First, let's try to go to chat rooms collection, get only those documents where their member field contains MyUID. So let's define MyUID above. We also need to order our chats based on last message timestamp. So the chats with the most recent messages appear on the top, just like all the famous messenger apps. So now let's get our snapshots and listen to them. This method gives me a snapshot. So for getting list of chats, we need to go to snapshot.docs and map each document that is of type map. Then we need to turn each item into a chat room using fromMap method and return them. This gives us a list of chat rooms. So now we can add all our items to the controller to be returned as a stream. So this was all we actually had to do to get our chat rooms. Next, let's explore how we can get our messages for each chat room, and because these two are very similar, I'm gonna copy this code and use it for getting the messages. So let's create a file called getAllMessages provider, and I'm gonna paste all the codes I have copied just now. First, change name of the provider to getAllMessages provider, and because we get all the messages for a specific chat room, we need to provide the chat room ID. So let's make our provider a family provider. This way we can have parameters. So now we have two data types here. First is for the return type, and the second one is for the input parameter type. So type string as chat room ID is a string. You also need to specify name of your parameter after the ref. Let's also make sure that we get a list of messages rather than chat rooms. Here, instead of getting all the chat rooms, we get one chat room with the chat room ID provided. Then we need to go to messages subcollection, and just like before, we get all the snapshots and listen to them. Now we just need to change all the chats to messages and make sure to map our snapshot data to messages instead of chat rooms. And lastly, add our messages to the controller. Now let's refactor our codes and also organize imports. So it was all we actually needed to do with providers. In the next section, we will work on the UI and functionalities of our app. So now that we're building the UI, let me bring the emulator to the site. I'll also run the app. First of all, I want to enable my users to create a chat room. And I want a chat room to be created as soon as you press send message button. So let's create this button in profile screen, and I'm gonna give it a transparent background. Also, let's put some space between these two buttons. When you click on the button, you have to navigate to chat screen. So let's create chat screen inside presentation screens. Inside chat screen, you have to return a future builder, and the future is create chat room method to create a chat room as soon as we enter the chat screen. And as you can see, this method requires us a user ID. So let's get it as a parameter above. While the app is loading the data, let's show a circular progress indicator. Let's also define a chat room ID variable at the top. And when the data is loaded, we fill our chat room ID with the snapshot.data and then return a scaffold. Let's define a route name for chat screen. And inside the routes, I define a route for chat screen. So first we change our route, get user ID, and then return chat screen. Inside the profile screen, we need to pass the user ID when navigating to chat screen. So now if we click on send message, it takes us to chat screen and also creates a chat room in Firestore, as you can see here. Next, let's display list of chats, and for that I'm gonna create chats screen. The first I want to do is to define routes for this screen, so let's do that. Let's also add the routes to the chat screen. Now hot restart the app to apply the changes. I want to be able to go to chat screen by clicking on the messenger icon. To make it clickable, wrap it with gesture detector and add a navigator. Now click on the messenger icon to open chat screen. Replace the container with the scaffold. Now you can see a white background. To have an idea of how chat screen should look like, I will open the final project. This is how the UI for chat screen look like. You can click on this icon to add the story and this one to open your profile screen. I'm going to start the UI by giving a white background color to scaffold. Inside body, add the save area and then use padding. I'll use default padding. Inside padding, add a single child scroll view to avoid overflow errors on smaller screens. We put everything inside a column. The first widget we need to build is the app bar. I'm going to create a method widget for it. Define it outside the build method. Start by returning a row. The first element is my profile pic that displays your profile picture. Let's create a separate widget for that. Hence, we need to create it inside a new folder called widgets. Make sure it's a consumer widget and do the imports. First, we need to get the current user's info by get user info provider. Then we use our provider's when property to handle error and loading cases. In the data case, return a circle avatar with a radius of 40 and set the background image to user.profilepic URL. Now return to chat screen and import my profile pic. Then we put a size box with a height of 5. And then we put the chat text and give it some style to make it look bigger. Let's open up our real app and as you can see the profile pic looks pretty big. I'm gonna change the radius to 30. Looks perfect. Now we need to add our add story button and push it all the way to the right. For that, let's use a spacer. And what it basically does is to take all the space and push all items to other sides. Use a round icon button as the story button, but as per design, this button doesn't have an onPressed. For that, I'm modifying the button and define my onPressed using a void callback and make sure it is nullable. Then let's wrap our padding with an inkwell and pass our onPressed handler on the to onTap property. Now inside our onPressed property, let's navigate to create the story screen. But because we're outside the build method, we don't access to the context. So we can either wrap our widget with a builder or use a stateful widget or use an stateful widget. To save time, I'm gonna first convert my widget to a stateless widget. Then use Dart helper to make it stateful. Lastly, let's make it consumer by adding consumer keyword before any state you see that are actually 3. Now let's save our work and do a hot restart. And now we can add a story from chat screen. You can customize it the way you want, but I'm gonna leave it as it is. Now it's time to build the search widget. For that, give 20 pixels of vertical space and define it below. I'll just copy and paste the entire widget, and this widget requires as a controller, but I don't need it now, so I will just get rid of it and make it constant. But we've got an error here, and Dart asks us to remove curly braces in the parameter list. Search widget is pretty simple, so I'm not gonna explain it. Let's put a size box with a height of 20 after it. Then let's define chats list, that is the most important component here. Make sure to wrap it with an expanded to take up the entire remaining space. Let's define it as a separate widget. Use a consumer widget and import required dependencies. Get the list of chats inside the build method using the app provider we defined earlier. Return the chats instead of the container and take care of loading and error states. Return a list view for displaying the list of chats. Item count is going to be chats.length, and inside the item builder, get the current chat from the list of chats. Also get user ID of the other person from the list of members in the chat. The way it works is that there are 2 users in the list of members, and you get the user ID that's not yours, so it's going to be the next person. For that, you also need to define my UID inside the build method. Now let's create chat tile inside the widgets, and I'm just gonna copy and paste all the codes for that. So let's also fix the imports. Inside the chat tile, first we get user info using get user info by ID provider, and for the UI, we have a padding of 8 from all sides. There is also an inkwell, and if we click on it, we navigate to chat screen and pass user ID as an argument. Inside the row, we return a circle avatar for profile pic and also the name. We didn't return last message and last message timestamp under it, so this is all about UI. Inside chats list, just return chat tile and pass all the required properties. Now that is complete, let's go to chats screen and import it. Let's also wrap it with expanded to make sure it takes up the entire screen. But it looks like wrapping with expanded causes a UI error, so I would instead wrap it with a size box. When we click on the chat, we want to navigate to chat screen. We also need to pass a user ID, but inside the routes, we get our user ID as a string and not as a map. So let's modify it. Now if we hot restart the app, we see that we can open a chat with the user. In the next part, we will explore how we can send a message. Let's start designing our chat screen. But before starting, let's take a look at the final design to have an idea of what we are building. So this is how the final product looks like. To start, let's open up chat screen. Inside the scaffold, give a background color of white and also define a title. Inside the leading, put an icon button that is iOS back button with the color of messenger blue that we have defined inside our app colors. And inside the onPress, use a navigator.pop to pop out of the screen. Now, set the title spacing to 0, and inside title, define a widget called Chat User Info that requires a user ID. I'm gonna build that widget inside the widgets folder. It's gonna be a consumer widget. Inside the build method, we need to get info of our user through user ID. So let's define user ID as a parameter. Now that we have our user info, return user info dot when and take care of loading and error cases. This time I'm gonna copy and paste the codes for them. But for the data case, let's return a row. Inside the row, the first child is gonna be a circle avatar for the profile picture. Now put a size box with a weight of 10. After that, place a column for the name. Set the cross-axis alignment to start. The first child is the user's name. Give some styles and then put a messenger text at the bottom. It also needs some styling. Now let's go and import it inside the app bar. I'm gonna go to actual app and hot restart. And it looks as expected. Now we have to start working on the messages part. Start by defining a body and put a column inside. Define the messages list wrapped with an expanded widget. Put a divider and then define message input. I'll comment messages list for the moment. So let's create build messages input, and I'm gonna copy paste the code to save time. This is actually a huge widget. I'll explain important parts. First, do all the imports, and inside the pic image, get rid of the image source and also go inside the pic video and do the same thing. Next, we need to define a message controller for our text field. Let's define one and make sure it is initialized in the init state and also disposed. Now let's hot restart the app, and now our message input UI is showing correctly. If you press on the image button, it's gonna open the gallery, and if you press the video button, it's gonna open up videos. We also have a text field for sending a message. If you press this button, it's gonna send the message. Now let's come to the code. Inside the onPress, we use chat provider to send a text message, and as soon as the message is sent, we clear the text field. Now let's see the code for sending a video. Inside the onPress, we first pick the video using the video picker. If the video is null, we stop the code execution. Otherwise, we send a file message and pass our video to that. Also make sure that the message type is set to video. And we do the exact same thing for sending an image, except that we use image picker and message type will be image. Now we need to define our messages list. I prefer to create it in a separate file. Again, I'm gonna use a consumer widget for that. As always, the first thing we need to do is getting our data, that is in this case our messages. But to get the messages, we need the chat room ID. So let's get it as an argument. We also need to get my UID to specify who the message belongs to. To get actual messages, return messages list.when to handle error and loading. I'm sure you're pretty familiar with it at this stage. Now return a list view.builder for displaying the messages. Inside the item count, return messages.length. Inside the item builder, first store the message in a variable. Then define a variable called isMyMessage to check if this message belongs to me by checking the sender ID. And if that is my message, I will just return send message. Otherwise, return a received message. We need to create both of those widgets. First, define send message inside the widgets folder. I'm gonna copy and paste the code for it and make sure to fix imports. Let's also define received messages, and again I'm gonna copy and paste the code for it. As you may have noticed, there is a widget that is used inside both of them, and that widget is message content. The job of message content is to display the correct message type, so it determines if the message should display a simple text, an image, or a video. I'll create the message content inside the widgets folder. I'll again copy and paste the code, and we do the imports. Then we need to change the message type to file type. Let's also organize our imports. The logic of this widget is that if message type is a text, it will just return a simple text. Otherwise, it will return post image video view. Post image video in itself checks for the file type. If the file type is an image, it returns a network image. Otherwise, it will return a network video view. This is a widget we have defined earlier, and this widget is responsible for creating a playable video. Now let's import message contents inside send message. Let's also import it inside the receive message, and instead of using run profile pic, let's use run profile tile that we have defined earlier, and it asks us for a URL instead of user ID. Also remove the extra imports to get rid of the error. Now save the file and exit. Inside the messages list, make sure to import both send and receive messages and how to restart the app. Let's test the app by now by sending a message. It works, but you notice if you send many messages, the oldest message appears at the bottom, but if you want the latest message to appear there, for that, go inside messages list view and set the reverse property to true. Save the file and it works perfectly. The next feature that we're going to be working on is ability to mark messages as seen. So when the other user sees the message, it has to be double ticked. Inside the list view.builder, we mark messages as seen using chat provider seen message method, but only if they do not belong to us. That way we cannot see our own messages. The way it works is that list view builder only builds widgets that are in the viewport. So when the other user scrolls to that message, it is being built, and hence the code is getting executed. So now let's test the app to see if all the features are working correctly. Now that the chat feature is working correctly, let's work on chat rooms. You might notice that the list of chats are not appearing, and it is because we need to create indices for them. Open up your terminal and you might find a message like this. Click on the link and it will take you to Firebase. Log in with the account using which you created your Firebase project, and a dialog appears asking you to create an index. Just click create and wait for your index to be created. Another issue that you need to fix is that when you navigate to a profile screen, make sure to pass your user ID inside a map like this. Now let's test our app. I have opened two different accounts on two different phones. Notice that the chat room is created when I press send message button, but the last message of the chat room is empty. Notice how the last message changes when I send a new message. When I send one more message, I notice that the last message appears at the top. That is not the expected behavior. So let's go to repository and sort messages by timestamp and make sure it is descending. Let's hot restart the app, and as you see now, the issue is resolved. So let's test the app by sending some more messages, images, and also videos. So this was all about Flutter Chat tutorial. I hope you liked it. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and hit the like button. Thanks for watching and see you in the next video. In this video, you will learn how to build your very own AI assistant using Flutter and Gemini API. You will also learn how to sign in with Google and save messages to Firebase. So to get started with this project, you need to clone the GitHub repository. I will leave a link in the description for the GitHub file. Here, make sure that you have chosen the source code branch and come to the code and make sure to download the zip file. So once you are done downloading the zip file, make sure to open it inside VS Code. Inside the source code, we have some files for extension. We have an extension for getting file extension, and this is going to be run on Xfile, that is a special data type from image picker. We also have methods for picking an image and showing a dialog. And inside the popspec.yaml file, we have a couple of dependencies. So the first time you come here, make sure that you add them. For that, open up a terminal and run flutter pop get. So now that we are done with our starter code, let's also set up our Firebase. So now we need to set up our Firebase project. For that, let's head to Firebase console. And the address is console.firebase.google.com. Make sure that you choose your correct account and come and create a project. I'm going to name it Gemini Chatbot. And make sure to disable the crash analytics. And wait for the project to be created. So now that the project is ready, let's also create our apps. We can either create our iOS, Android, and web apps separately, or we can just create a Flutter project that creates all of them for us. So for creating a Flutter app, you may need to have Firebase CLI installed. So let's go here, and it is also saying you that you have to install Firebase CLI. For me, it is already installed, so I'm going to go to the next step. Here you just need to copy this command and run it anywhere inside your CMD. So open up CMD and run this command. So what it does is that it checks that your Firebase CLI is in its latest version and also activates it. Next, we need to go inside our project and run this one inside the root directory. So let's go and open our terminal. And inside the root directory, I'm going to make sure to run this command. And before doing that, make sure that you are logged in with your Firebase account inside the terminal. And if you don't know how to log in, you just need to say Firebase login. And since I'm already logged in, I'm not going to use that. So just copy and paste this command and run it. This command is trying to find your Firebase project and set it up for you. So the project has been found, and I'm going to say we need our project for Android and iOS. I'm going to disable web and macOS. And it is going to take a while and set up my project for both Android and iOS. I'm going to come back when it's done. So it took a while, but my project has been successfully registered. Now we all need to do is to come inside our main.dart and do the last step. So for the last step, we need to copy this code and put it inside our main.dart. Make sure that your main method is async and also have widgets Flutter binding to ensure initialized. So once you're here, you need to import two dependencies. You first of all need to import Firebase core, and we also need to import Firebase options. That is the file that we just created here. So now that we have successfully set up our Flutter project with Firebase, we also need to set up our authentication, Firebase, Firestore, and also storage. For that, we need to go again inside our Firebase. Here we need to go inside the build. I'm going to first of all set up authentication. Click on Get Started. For this project, I'm going to be using Google Sign-In. So inside the sign-in providers, we need to activate Google. Let's say Save Now, and also set up our email. So once we're done here, we need to go and do some more steps. For that, we need to go inside the project settings. Here it says that we currently have no apps, and we may need to restart the project. So now as you see, our apps are existent. We have an Android app and also an iOS app. So let's go to project settings. Here we need to finish setting up our project. So for the Android, we need to copy Google services.json file. So once the file has been downloaded, you need to open up your Explorer and replace it inside Android and also app folder. We also need app to send a SHA-1 fingerprint. So for that, we need to go inside our project, open up a terminal, and we also need to navigate to the Android folder. Here we need to type Gradle view signing report, and this is going to give us a SHA-1 key. So now we have our SHA-1 key. So let's go up and I'm going to pick one of them. So inside the debug one, I'm going to say, come here and copy the SHA-1 key. And here we need to add a fingerprint and add it here. And Firebase automatically recognizes that this is a SHA-1, not SHA-25256. So our key has been added. And now we can go back to the project and start doing authentication. So once we're done with authentication, we need to go inside of our Firebase Firestore. So here we need to create a cloud database. So here we need to pick a location, and I'm going to choose a default one. That is going to be United States. And I'm going to start it in production mode. So now our database has been created. Let's also go to the rules. By default, the rules say that you cannot read or write anything, but I'm going to say you can read or write if request.auth is not null, meaning that if you have signed in with your Firebase account, you can read and write any data. These rules are not very safe, so you have to change your own rules according to your application. But I'm going to stick for this, as this is not a production app. Next, we need to open up our Firebase storage. And also set this one up, again in production mode. So with this, our Flutter project has been successfully set up with Firebase, and we need no more to do. In the next step, I'm going to get my API key. So now that we're done setting up our Firebase project, it is also time for us to get our API key. For this chatbot, we are going to be using Gemini, and for that we need to head over to Google AI Studio. So head over to aistudio.google.com. Here we need to first of all create a new project, and I'm going to say a chat prompt, and then we can get an API key. So I already have an API key, and I'm going to create one here. Here you just need to choose the Firebase project that we just created now, and for that we can create an API key. Make sure to copy your API key and then head over to VS Code. Inside the root directory of your project, create a file called .env. This file is going to be your environment variable, and here I'm going to say we have a key, and that is going to be equal to our API key. So this is a safe way to save our API key instead of saving it inside a Dart file. Also make sure to go to gitignore, and here under everything I'm going to say pick start.env files and hit save. So this way we tell our GitHub, when we push the project to GitHub, you should not share our environment variable files because those are secrets. And just like that, we have everything set up. So in the next video, we will be creating our models. So let's create our message model. For that, we need to head to lib folder and create a folder called models. Inside that folder, we need to create our model, message.dart. I'm going to define it as an immutable class. And make sure to import immutable from foundation.dart and only show immutable. This class is going to have 5 properties, so let's create them. First of all, we have an ID, and we have a message. Then we also have our image URL that is nullable, and we also should have a date created. And lastly, we have our isMine. This property determines if the message is sent or received. We also need to create some constructor and also JSON's realization. So we also need to declare it as a constant. I'm going to get rid of these imports that I don't need, and also these 2 methods. So our toMap and fromMap methods are generated automatically. Next, we need to define our repositories. So next, we need to work on our repositories, and repositories are the methods for signing the user in, interacting with the Gemini API, and also storing our messages inside the Firebase. So this is practically our backend. So let's define them. Inside the lib folder, we need to create a folder called repositories. And inside that, I'm going to create my auth repository. So auth repository is responsible for signing the user in and out using the Google sign-in that we enabled inside the Firebase. So let's start by creating our auth repository class, and I'm going to define it as an immutable class. For that, we need to import foundation.dart and show immutable. Inside the auth repository, we define two instances, one for our Firebase auth and also for our Google sign-in. For that, we also need to import the dependencies. So the first method that we create is going to be sign in with Google, and this method is going to return a user credential. Inside this method, I'm going to call the sign-in method using Google sign-in instance, and I'm going to store the result inside the Google user. This is going to trigger the Google sign-in dialog, and you can choose your account. So if the Google user is null, it means that the user did not select an account or cancel the dialog. But if the user selected the account, we get our authentication details using Google user.authentication. Next, we need to turn these authentication details to Firebase credentials. For that, I'm going to be using Google Auth Provider.credential, and I'm going to be providing an access token and also the ID token. And lastly, we need to sign in using our credentials and using Firebase Auth. So this is pretty much everything about signing with Google. Next, we need to define a method for signing out. And all this method does is pretty much just calling the sign out method from both Google sign-in and also the Firebase Auth. So this was everything about our auth repository. Let's say save the file, and next we need to create our storage methods. So inside the repositories, we need to create our storage repository. So I'm going to start by defining my storage repository as an immutable class. Let's also make sure to import foundation.dart. So here we need an instance of our Firebase storage, and let's also import Firebase storage dependency that we previously added to our pubspec.yaml file. And we also need to define our save image storage method, and this method is going to be async. This method takes two parameters, and one is going to be an image, and we also have a message ID. So our image is of type X file, that is a special data type. For that, we need to import our image picker. Here we apply try and catch. So inside the try method, I'm going to say, first of all, go to inside storage and create a reference. This is going to create a folder called images, and inside that we have a child. The child is going to be our image itself, and the name is going to be the message ID. Next, we need to use our reference and put our file, but we cannot put our image directly because this is an X file. For that, we need to convert our X file to a file and put the image path. This file is defined inside the Dart.io, so let's import that one too. And lastly, we need to get our download URL, and we're going to do that using our snapshot.reference.getDownloadURL, and we also need to return it. And in case we have an error, I'm going to just return an exception. So this is pretty much everything about the storage repository. Next, I'm going to create the child repositories. So the last repository that we need to define is going to be child repository. This repository is responsible for making API requests with Gemini and also storing the chats inside the Firebase. So let's also create a file for that inside the repositories. So let's start by defining our chat repository, and I'm also going to make a couple of imports all together. So you can pause the video and make all the imports necessary, so we later don't need to. Inside the chat repository, we have an instance of our Firebase Auth and also our Firebase Firestore. So the first method that we define is send message. This method sends an image alongside the text to the Gemini API and also gets back a response. So we have three parameters here. We have an API key, we have an image that can be null, and also we have a prompt text. So inside this method, I'm going to first create my models. I'm going to have two models here, one a text model and also a multi-model. So the way we create the text model is by saying we have a generative model. The name is going to be Gemini Pro because this is the model that we use, and we also pass our API key. We also have an image model, and this is also a generative model. The only difference this time is that we use the Gemini Pro version, and we also pass our API key. So let's also get our user ID, and we do that by going over the current user.uid. I also want to define my sent message ID, because every time we want to type a message and send it to the Gemini, I'm going to store it inside the Firebase, so we need to create an ID for that, and I'm going to do that using the UUID package. So then I'm going to define the message instance, and as the ID I'm going to say sent message ID. The message is going to be the prompt text that I'm going to get as a parameter. The created address is going to be datetime.now, and this is going to be my message, because this is the message that I have sent to the API. So this is going to be stored as my message. Next, I'm going to check if the image is not null. So if the image is not null, I'm going to save the image to Firebase storage, and I'm going to also get the download URL. So this is the method that we just defined earlier. This method saves the image inside the Firebase storage and also returns an image URL, and that's going to be the download URL. So if that is true, I'm going to say message is equal to message.copy with download URL. But wait, we do not have the copy with method. So let's go inside the message.dart, and here we see that we have forgotten to define the copy with method. So for that, I'm going to define it here. What this method does is very simple. It takes an image URL, and this is going to return a new instance of your message with the image URL. So let's save the message.dart, and here we see the error is gone. Next, we save our message to the Firebase, and we do that inside the conversations collection. Inside the conversation, we have a document called user ID, and inside that we have a sub-collection of type messages. And inside that we define another document that is sent message ID, and inside that I'm going to save my message as a document. Next, we need to create a response, because this is the time that we get our response from the Gemini. This is going to be generate content response. So for that, we need to put a try and catch, and if we get an error, I'm just going to throw an exception. So in case that we have data, I'm going to first of all check if the image is null. So if the image is null, we can simply make a text only request and store everything inside the response. So this is fairly simple. I'm going to be using my text model, and I'm going to call generate content method. This method takes a list of parameters, and for now I only have one parameter, and that's going to be a content.text. So we use a content.text because we cannot simply pass my text here. So I'm going to put my prompt text inside the content.text. And also don't forget to put it inside the list, because we can send a list of prompts and not a single prompt. And if the image is not null, we first of all need to turn our image into bytes, because Gemini doesn't recognize an image as an image itself, but a file. So we need to turn it into bytes. So then I'm going to create parts of my response. So here we need to make a request that contains an image and also a text. So I'm going to first of all make the text part of my response. So I'm going to say we have a text part, and inside that I'm going to put my prompt text. Then I'm going to create my MIME type, and this is going to be the image extension. And if you don't know what the MIME type is, this is the extension of your image like JPEG, PNG, or AGIC. And by default, we cannot take it the MIME type, so I'm going to be using get MIME type extension that we created here. And then I'm going to create my image part, and this is going to be called a data part, because we can put an image, a video, and also an audio in here. This does not necessarily need to be an image. And we also need to pass our MIME type, and this is necessary. And now it is time to make our actual API request, and we're going to be using our image model, and I'm going to restore everything inside the response. So as you see here, we have a list and not a single file. So inside this list, I'm going to first of all pass a content.multi. It means that I'm going to make a multi-type content request. So the first step is going to be our text prompt. And if you hover over it, you can see that this is a text part, meaning that this is just a text. The second part is going to be the image part, and this is going to be a data part here. And the type is going to be data part. After getting the response, I'm going to be using the text part inside the response text. Previously, when we sent a message, we stored it inside the Firebase. Now I want to save the message that I received as a response from the Gemini into the Firebase. So for that, we need a received message ID. and we also need a received message. And as for the ID, we have received message ID. For the message, we have the response text, and this is the text that we received from the API. For the created data, again, we have datetime.now, and this is not my message. And lastly, we need to store everything inside the Firebase, and again, this is going to be the same. So this was our method for sending an API request to the Gemini and also getting a response back. If you didn't quite get it, you need to read it a couple of times to find yourself comfortable. Next, we also need to create another method, and this method only sends a single text request to the Firebase. So let's also create send text message, and as you might think, this is going to contain an API key and also a text prompt as a parameter. Here again, we need a try and catch. And in case we have an error, I'm going to throw an exception and pass my error.toString. So inside the try, I'm going to define my text model. And this time, around we do not need an image model. So again, I'm going to get my user ID and also send message ID because we want to send the message to the Firebase. So I'm going to define my message as before, and I'm going to also store it inside the Firebase file store. And remember, this is the message that we send to the Gemini. Before sending it to the Gemini, we need to store it inside the Firebase so we can see our message inside the application. Then we need to make a text model request using the Gemini content and restore the response inside the response. So this is nothing new. Here we just need to pass a content.text, and inside that we need to put our text prompt. Then we get our response text back using the response.text. So here again, I'm going to save the message that I received from the Gemini into the file store. So for that, we need to create a received message ID, and I'm going to also create a response message, and this is the message that we received from the Gemini. And lastly, I'm going to store everything inside the file store. So with that, we can save our chat repository, and this is everything we needed to create here. In the next video, we will start working on our providers. So now that we're done defining our repositories, let's also work on our providers. Inside the lib folder, create a folder for providers. So here we have two providers, and the first one is going to be providers.dart. Here we will define two general providers that would return instance of our repositories. So the first one is going to be chat provider, and this is going to be a simple provider. And all it does is just to return chat repository. So let's also do our imports. Nice. I'm going to copy this one and paste it again. This one we need to create an auth provider, and this is going to provide auth repository. So this is basically our providers. The second provider that we define is for getting all the messages. So let's call it get all messages provider. This is going to be a stream provider. So let's say get all messages provider is equal to a stream provider. And I also want to make it auto dispose and also family because we have some parameters. So this provider is going to return an iterable of type message, and it's going to receive a string parameter. That parameter is going to be user ID, and I'm going to use bracket syntax. So here we first need to define our controller, and that's going to be, of course, stream controller. This should be the same type with our provider, so this is iterable of type message. And lastly, when the provider is done, we're going to return controller.stream because this is where we save all of our messages. So here I'm going to make a call to the Firebase and get my messages. So we need to create a subscription to Firebase firestore.instance. We have to go to the conversations collection, and then inside the document user ID, we have another sub-collection that is called messages. We also need to order by created that, and it's going to be descending. And now we need to listen to our snapshots. So listening to the snapshot gives us the snapshot itself. And this snapshot is going to hold all of our messages. So let's map it. I'm going to say messages is equal to snapshot.docs. So each doc is going to be itself a message. So I'm going to map each doc and I'm going to call it message data. And I'm going to say I need to convert each of them from a map. And the data is going to be message data.data. So this is how we get list of our messages. Now we need to add it to our controller. Everything fine. But when the provider is getting disposed, we also need to dispose our subscription and also our controller. So let's say when we dispose the ref, we also need to say subscription.cancel. So we no longer listen to the Firebase. And we also need to close our controller. Beautiful. So this is everything about our providers. Next we will start defining our UI. So now that we're done defining our providers and also the repository, it is time to start working on the juicy parts. So for that I'm going to bring my emulator to the site to see what is happening here and also run the project. But before running the project, we have one thing to fix here. Every time you use Firebase in your application, make sure that your main sticky version is at least 21. Otherwise, you will get multi-dex errors. By default, I think the main sticky version is going to be 16. So let's hit save now. And also run the project. Let's also open a terminal to see what's happening. So the app is up and running right now, and this is currently displaying in scaffold here. So I'm going to go and define screens inside the lib folder, of course. So the first screen that I'm going to define is login screen. So this is a screen that's going to help us log in. And I'm going to copy and paste all the code because this is super simple. The only thing is inside this text button, I'm going to use my repository to log in. So let's make this function async. And I'm going to say await. And we need to access our providers. So let's make this stateful widget a consumer widget. And also here we need to define a widget ref. So now we turn our screen into a consumer screen, and now we have access to our providers. So let's say ref.read of provider dot. Here we should have a method called sign in with Google. So this method is going to log us with Google, but right now we're not displaying this screen. So let's go to main.dart. Here instead of a scaffold, I'm going to return a stream builder. And the job of this stream builder is to take care of our login state. It is going to check if you're logged in or not. So inside the stream, I'm going to say we use firebase.instance.user_changes. This is going to check for us if our user has changed its status. For example, when you log in or log out, this is going to aware the Firebase. So then we have our builder. Here we first of all check if our snapshot is waiting. If that's the case, I'm going to show a loading indicator. Otherwise, I'm going to check if snapshot is data. So if snapshot.data is equal to the null, I'm going to return login screen because this means that we are not logged in. So we need to go to login screen. And lastly, I'm going to return home screen. So let's also define our home screen. Again, inside the screens folder, I'm going to create one more screen called home screen. For now, I'm just going to put a simple stateless widget and call it home screen. And here we need to define a scaffold. Nice. So here let's import home screen. And I'm also gonna fix imports. So let's hit save. Now as you see, we are inside login screen because we have not logged in. So if you, for example, log in, we're gonna end up inside the home screen. So the sign with Google did not work, and I paused the video and I figured out that we have not defined our provider scope. So inside the run app, we have to wrap my app with the provider scope. Let's make sure this is constant and not this one. Let's save. Now I'm going to hard restart the application. And this time, if we click on this button, we can sign in with CodeHQ. So this was all we needed to do for the login. I'm going to also add a button for logging out. So let's also sort our imports. Nice. Now let's go to home screen. And here I'm going to go inside the scaffold, an app bar. And I'm going to define an app bar. So we have a list of actions, and I'm going to define an icon button here. And the icon is also going to be icons.logout. So let's hit save here. And our icon appears. But whenever we click on this icon, we have to be logged out. So for that, we need to call our provider. But we are inside a stateful widget. We can turn the entire thing into a consumer widget, but that would be a waste. Instead, I can just wrap it with the consumer. And consumer itself is just a builder. So let's say consumer. So here we have three properties. We have context, we have reference, and also we have the child. I'm going to be using my ref and call read method, and I'm going to call off provider, and this time we're going to say sign out. So if we click hit save now, we can click on this button and we are signed out. So now that we have figured out how to sign in and sign out, next we need to work on our UI. Let's start designing our home screen. First of all, I'm going to turn it into a stateful widget. And also make it a consumer widget. So to make a widget consumer, we just need to add consumer keyword before every state that we see. This is a simple trick that always works. So in this screen, I'm going to have a text field. So let's also define my text editing controller. Let's also make it late. Inside I need to state, I'm going to initialize it. And inside the dispose method, we need to get rid of it. So we come here under the app bar and define our body. Inside the body, I'm going to first of all put a padding. The padding is going to be agent sets. And symmetric. I want a horizontal padding of 16 and a vertical padding of 12. And as for the child, I'm going to put a column. And this column is going to have children. So here we need to put two things. First of all, here I'm going to put my message list, and under that, here should be a text field. So I'm going to leave some place for expanded, and I'm going to say this is for the message list. So I'm just going to leave and expand it, and the child is going to be for now just an empty column. At the bottom, we have a text field. And as for the controller, we need to provide message controller. Nice. All errors are gone now. So if we now hit save, you see that we have a text field here. But let's also give it some style. Let me shrink it a little bit. So first of all, I'm going to go and get rid of the borders. And for that, we need to provide an input decoration. And for the border, I'm going to say input border dot none. So we need no border. We also need to provide a hint text here. I'm going to say ask any question. Let's also make sure this is constant. I also want to wrap my text field with a container. And I'm going to give it a color. The color is going to be white for the 54. I need to have two buttons alongside my container. So for that reason, I'm going to wrap it with a row. So let's wrap my text field with a row. And after my text field, I also want to have some buttons. So the first button is going to be the image button. And the second button is going to be send button. So as for the first button, I'm just going to say this is going to be an icon button. Unpressed is going to be null for now. And for the icon, I'm going to say icons.image. I'm going to also copy and paste this one for the second one. And for the second icon, I'm going to say send. So let's see how it looks like right now. And here it seems that we have an error. The error is probably because the text field is getting all the weight. So we need to wrap it with an expanded widget. Let's hit save again. And now our button appears. But we also notice that we need to give some padding here. And it doesn't quite look the way we want it to look. So inside the container, I'm going to go and give some more styling. For example, I'm going to set the color to white 30. And I also want to provide some decoration. So let's move the color inside the decoration, or else we get an error. And we also need a border radius. And this is going to be border radius of circular 15. But the changes doesn't seem to take effect right now. So I'm going to see if the color has appeared by making it red. Yep. So we also need to provide some padding. And this is going to be agency.all, and that's going to be 8. Nice padding. I also want to change the color to white, and white 70. Or maybe white 54. But instead I'm going to go inside the scaffold and turn it to pure white. No, not working. So what about if I give a color of gray? I'm going to make it lighter by giving a shade of 400. So it looks a lot better now. And I'm going to be satisfied with this style for now. So this is our text field. We also need to create our message list. But for now we have no messages. So let's also add the functionality to send a message. So inside this button, I'm going to call a reference to my chat provider. I'm going to call send messages. So this method is going to ask me for a couple of properties. It asks me for an image, a prompt text, and also the API key. But here we do not send any images, so I'm going to be using another method, and that was send text message. And for the prompt, I'm going to say message controller.text. And I'm going to also make it async and await all the process. But here we have a problem, and that is getting our API key. So how do we get our API key? In the previous tutorial, I told you that we save our API key inside a file called .env. So to get our API key, we need to define a variable for that. So let's come here, and I'm going to say final API key, and that's going to be equal to, I'm going to call the package. This is the package we use to get our API key, .env, and inside that we can have a lot of properties. So I'm going to call API key. This is the keyword that we saved our API key with. And in case this is null, I'm going to say an empty string. But before being able to get our API key here, we also need to go inside main.dart and make sure that we call this method. And also import the env flatter package. So this method ensures that we load our environment variable when the app runs for the first time. So now we have our API key, and this is not showing an error, but we get a problem with prompt text. Maybe we called it text prompt. Nice. So let's hard restart the application. So we have an error about not initializing our environment variable. For that, we need to close and also run our application again. Hope this fixes it. So I just stopped the application execution and run it again, but this is still giving us the error. And the error is about the line that we load the application. So the error is that we have not added our env file to our assets. So let's go to public.yaml, and I'm going to here say .env. So now if we run our application, it has to work. Yes, beautiful. So let's also sign in again. So everything is now working correctly. Beautiful. Now I'm going to try sending a message here. And this message is going to say, hi. For now, I don't expect a response. I'm just going to send a message to see if it works. So let's also open up the terminal. And it sounds like the message is being sent successfully, or maybe not. And the error that we have is because of the location. So the only location that this Gemini API work on is, for now, United States. And I'm definitely not in that location, so this is going to give me an error. For that, we need to change our location, and you can simply use a VPN or a proxy server. I'm going to change my location and come back. So in order to change the location, I just added a VPN to my emulator. You should go ahead and do the same and set the location to the United States, because currently in this version of the API, this is the only supported location. So I'm going to go ahead and send another message. And let's see how does it work out this time. And if we visit the Firebase and go inside our messages, you see that we have 3 messages here. This is our hi. And this is the message that we have received from the Firebase. Yep, it is working. And this is going to be our first message. And that didn't work out because then our location was not set. So it seems like everything is working now. And now the only thing that is left is to work on our UI. For that, I need to give some more style here. And of course, I want to decrease the padding for this container. So let's do that. For that, I'm going to decrease the vertical padding here. and this ain't gonna work because we're inside the wrong place. Here is our container, and I'm gonna give it a symmetric padding. Horizontally, I want the padding to be 16, and vertically I want the padding to be just 5, maybe in 3. So let's say save now, and this time it looks a lot better. So now we can officially send and receive messages. The only thing we left to do is just to display our messages. So now that we can send and receive messages, it is also time to display our messages. So right now inside the messages list, we only have a column, and this is not going to do anything. So I'm going to replace this with a message list here. Let's call it messages list. And for that, I'm going to create a separate widget. But before that, we also need to create a widgets folder. So this widget is going to be a setlist widget. And all it does is to get the list of messages and display it in the UI. So for that, we need to get the list of messages as a parameter. And we also need to add it inside the constructor. So let's also import message. Nice. And I'm going to make the import shorter. It's more beautiful. So here, the only thing we need to do is to return a listview.builder. And the listview.builder is going to ask for an item count and also the item builder. For the item count, I'm going to say messages.length. And for the item builder, we write the function that contains the context and also the index. I'm going to get a single message item out of the list. And I'm going to return a message tile. But we need to define message tile first. So again, inside the widgets folder, I'm going to define message tile. But this time, I'm going to just copy and paste everything because it's going to take a lot of time to write. And I'm just going to say the import is relative. So what message type basically is an setlist widget, and this is going to take a message and also is outgoing, checking if the message is being sent or received. So according to if our message is being sent or received, we have the different alignment and also we have the different color for the messages. Inside the message itself, we have a text that is going to be the message.message. And if our message has an image URL, we're going to display an image.network. So this is basically everything about the message tile. Let's save it and also exit. Here we also need to import it and also fill the properties. For the is outgoing, I'm going to say message.isMine. And for the message, I'm going to say message. And inside the home screen, we need to import the message list and also put the property. That is going to be the list of messages. So, of course, we need to get our messages through the API. And I'm talking about get all messages API. But if I get all the messages here, I'm going to update the entire UI based on the messages. So what about if we don't get a parameter and get our messages directly inside the message list? So I'm going to save the home screen and come to the messages list and get rid of the parameter. Here I'm going to get my list of messages. And that's equal to ref.read. And in fact, I'm going to watch it. Get all messages provider. So for that, we also need to convert our setlist widget to a consumer widget. And inside our build method, we need to have a widget ref. We also need to import rearpath. And everything is settled. Let's also import get all messages provider. So let's say get all messages provider. What is the problem here? And of course, we require a user ID. So instead of everything, I'm going to get my user ID and pass it here. And here this time we need to provide it a user ID. Firebase auth.instance.currentUser.uid. And we cannot have that because we're inside a constant widget. So let's remove that. And of course you can guess that you could just directly use it there and do not pass it as a parameter. But in fact it doesn't matter. So now you see that our message data is an async value. For that we can just say message data.when. So this is a powerful feature with RiverPath. When you get the data through a provider and watch over them, it takes care of all the cases. So if you receive the data, if you have an error, and if you are loading, you can display different widgets. So inside the error screen, I'm going to just display a center widget with my error. And in case we have loading, I'm just going to display a circular progress indicator. Nice. But in case that we have our data, I'm going to call it messages. I'm just going to display my list view.builder as we did previous time. So let me just copy it again and paste here. And because this is an iterable of messages, we can no longer use the square syntax. So we need to call element at index. Beautiful. So now the only thing that remains is to return my messages.when, and everything should work fine. So let's hard restart the application and see how everything works. So now as you can see, we can easily send messages and also receive it. So let me just do one more try. So the message could not be received because of a connection error. I'm going to send it again. So our question was blocked due to some safety reasons. That is a weird thing about Gemini. Sometimes your questions are going to get blocked for stupid reasons. So I'm going to send another message and I'm going to say, how are you? So let's send it now. And you see that we have a response. But if we send a lot of messages here like this, you're going to see that we get responses in the wrong order. I want the latest message to be at the bottom. So let's go inside our list view.builder, and I'm going to activate the reverse property and set it to true. Let's see if this one helps. Beautiful. Now as you see, our messages and responses are displayed in the exact correct order. So this is everything about sending a message and also receiving a response. So this was everything about sending and receiving messages with the Gemini API. In the next part, we will explore how to send images and get our response back. So as the last part of the tutorial, we also want to enable our user to be able to send images as prompts. So these images are going to be analyzed by Gemini and will return a response. So for that, we need to create a separate screen. So whenever we click on this image, I'm going to go to a separate screen. Let's go to a screen and also call send image screen. So this screen is going to be in stateful widget. And we call it send image screen. So every time you open up this screen, you have to automatically open up an image picker. So for that, I need to define my image picker. Let's say, I'm going to say I have a picker. And that's going to be equal to image picker. Or we can simply use our utils. So instead of defining a new image picker, I'm just going to stick to my image picker that I have defined. So the picked image is equal to await, and I'm going to be calling pick image. I have already defined this method inside the image picker. This method. And this is inside the utils. So you can take a look at the code. And I'm going to check if the picked image is null. And if this is null, I'm just going to return. But otherwise, if this image is not null, I'm going to set state and set it to my image. So let's also define my image. And I'm going to say xfile image. And if the image is not null, I'm going to say image is equal to picked image. So the image is equal to picked image. And I hope this is working. We also need to create a method for removing the image, and I'm going to call it remove image. And in fact, all it does is to say set state and image is equal to null. So now that we have defined our pick image and also removed the image method, we need to define our init state. Inside the init state, the first thing I'm going to do is to call pick image. So every time you open up the screen, an image picker is going to be pop up, and you can pick an image and send it to the API. But we also need to define the UI, and I'm just going to copy and paste everything. So this is basically our UI. And for now, we have a lot of errors. So for us to resolve our errors, we need to define some properties. The first is going to be a prompt controller. So let's define a text editing controller, and I'm going to call it prompt controller. So inside the init state, we're going to initialize it like this. And we also need to dispose this inside the dispose method. Let's do that. But you also need to define and is loading. And I'm going to initially set it to false, because every time we send a message, it is going to load the screen for some moment until the request is done. So we pretty much solved all the problems. Let's also import .io. And we also need to import Cupertino.dart. So the only error that's remaining now is about our providers, because we need to access Brave, but we don't have that. There is also this API key. So let's also get it. And again, just like before, I'm going to come here and say we have an API key, and that's going to be equal to .env, and mention our API key. And in case our API key is null, we can just say an empty string. And we also need to convert this into a consumer widget. So let's put some consumers here. And again, the trick is to put a consumer before every state that you see. And also import riverpod. So now that all errors are gone, we also need to navigate to this screen. So here inside home screen, in case we click on this button, I'm going to send us to send image screen. So let's open up home screen and find the button. Here it is. So here we just need to navigate to that screen. And I'm going to do it real quick. Beautiful. Now let's click on this button. And this is going to open up an image picker for us. So I'm just going to pick a simple image like this one. And now this is going to take me to this screen. But the problem is that the image I selected is not here. So let's see what the problem is. Here inside the send image screen, I'm going to call pick image. But if I do a set hot reload, we see that the image is appearing. So the problem here is that inside init state, we also need to set state to update the UI. So if we click on this remove image, this is going to remove the image for us. And if we click on the pick image, this is going to pick the image for us. Like this. But this is still not working. So what about if I remove this set state from here and also undo a set state here? And let's move it here, and I'm going to also use the arrow syntax because this is cleaner that way. So let's hit save now, and I'm just going to go back here and select an image this time. So nice, this is working now. So now that we use the set state inside the image picker, this is going to work. So this screen is pretty much simple. The layout is going to be a column, and inside the column we have first the image, and then we have a row for putting our two buttons here, and these two are probably Cupertino buttons. And then we have some space and also a text field. And you also have a button for sending a message. So we can type something here, like what is in the image. And this text is going to be sent alongside the prompt, alongside the image. So when I start sending the message, this is going to show a loading indicator. And when this is done, this is going to navigate out of the screen. And that is because here we have used a condition. So if the image is null, you should not do anything. But if the image is not null, you have to set state and set this loading to true. And if you're inside this loading, I'm going to just return a circular progress indicator instead of the button itself. And when we are done with the function, I'm going to set this loading to false and also get out of the screen. So the image is taking quite a while to be sent. Let's see if we have an error here. So open up the debug console. So it sounds like we have an error from the Firebase storage. I'm going to open up my storage here inside the Firebase. So the problem can be about the rules. Let's check them out here. And yep. So when you start your Firebase storage inside the production mode and now the test mode, this is the default rule. And let's change it now. So I'm going to say if the request.auth is not null, you have to allow the user to send images. Beautiful. So now let's also hard restart the application. And let's go back to that screen again. And again, I'm going to just pick an image like this one. And also add a prompt, like what is in the image. And hit send here. So this time it should be sent successfully. So now you see that the image is being sent and it's also displayed correctly. And we also have a response. So that was all about sending an image. Now I want to do some more configuration inside here. For example, if I now send a message here and press on the send button, you see that the message is being sent and we can also get a response. But the problem here is that the text field is not being cleared, and we can also send empty messages like this one. So let's avoid these two scenarios here. For that, we need to go inside our home screen and inside the method that I'm going to send my message. So we see that we don't have any methods here. So I'm going to put everything inside the method and I'm going to call it send message. So let's define it here. So the first thing I'm going to do is to get my message and also trim it for any white space. And then I'm going to check if the message is empty. I'm just going to return the method, meaning that we send nothing. But if the message is not empty, I'm going to allow us to send a message. So let's say save now. And this time if you press on this button, you see that we cannot send an empty message. And when we are done sending the message, I also want the controller to be cleared. So let's say message controller dot text message controller dot clear. So now let's send the message, and I'm gonna say hi again. And now you notice that whenever we send a message and we receive a response, the text field is going to be cleared automatically, and we can also not send an empty message. On the other hand, we can also easily send images. So let's send one more image and say like, what logo is this? And I'm going to also send a message. And you see that we received the correct response. So with this, our tutorial is coming to an end. In this tutorial, we learned how to work with Gemini API. We got an API key. We learned how to send a prompt and also get our response. We also learned how to save our messages inside the Firebase and also how to display them. We learned how to send a simple text, and we also learned how to send an image. So if you have any question, you can ask inside the comment section. See you in the next one. Save your data locally using SQLite database in Flutter. In this video, I will teach you everything you need to know about SQLite database in Flutter. I will also perform all basic CRUD operations by building a simple to-do app. To start with this tutorial, we need to get the start code. I have put everything inside the GitHub repository. The link is in the description. Make sure that you choose the startup branch and come to the code and download the zip file. Once you're done downloading the zip file, open everything inside the VS Code. So let's start by creating our task model. Right now we're inside main.dart. So let's open up our model folder, and inside that we have task.dart. Here we first of all need to define our task table, and this is the name of our task table, tasks. We also need to define our task fields, and these are going to be our task columns inside the database. So let's start by defining our ID. We have a title, description, started, and also is completed. And we also need to create a list of these fields. This is going to be used when retrieving our task from database. So let's now create our actual task model, and for that we need to import foundation.dart. So let's define our ID, and this is going to be nullable. We also have title, description, started, and also is completed. So let's create a constructor here, and as you see that the only property that is not required is our ID. Now we need to create our copy method, and what this method does is that it returns a copy of our task with certain properties. So we need to get all the properties here, including ID, and these are all going to be nullable. So let's get all the properties, and now we need to return our task model. So inside the task model, I'm going to say if the ID is not null, return the ID, otherwise return the this ID, and this.id refers to the actual ID inside our class. So it means there is no change. We also need to do the same for other properties. Next, we need to create our toMap and fromMap methods, and inside the toMap method, we're going to return a map, and inside this map, I'm going to return my properties in form of a map. So let's do the same for all our other properties. And lastly, we need to define our fromMap method. In this method, we get a map and return a task out of it. So if the ID is not null, you have to return the task fields.id, otherwise you have to return null because ID is nullable. I'm going to do the same for all the other properties except that they cannot be null, so I'm not going to pass any checks here. So this is pretty much everything about our model. Let's save here, and next we need to define our database. So for the sake of this project, I'm going to be using SQLite. And if you want to be able to use SQLite, you need to add SQFlite package inside your dependencies. We also need the Intel package for formatting our dates, and also this path package for getting the application path. So let's go define our database, and I'm going to define it inside the database folder and task database.dart. So let's start by creating our task database, and I'm going to define it as an immutable. For that, we also need to import our foundation.dart and show immutable. So inside the task database, we need to define a database name and also a database version. We also need to create a singleton out of our class because we only want to be a single instance of our class available to the entire project. For that, we create a private constructor, and then we create a public instance to return it. We also need an instance of our database. And for that, we need to import SQLite package because this database comes from SQLite package. We also need to create a getter for our database. So if the database is not null, return the database, and otherwise, if it is null, we need to call any database method and then return it. So let's create any database method. Here we first get our database path and we use get database path that comes from SQLite. Then we need to join our database path to the database name that we define above. For that, we also need to import the path method to have the join method here. Now let's call the open database method. This method takes a path, a version, and also a non-create. So we need to create this method here, and this method takes a DB and also a version. Inside this method, we need to define our database types. So the first type is going to be ID type. Our ID is going to be integer, and this is also called primary key because this is the key through which we update or delete our task. And this is also auto-increment because this is getting incremented every time we add a new task. We also have a text type and also Boolean type. And by default, SQLite does not support Booleans, so we need to store 0 or 1 inside it. So using our DB, we need to call execute method. This method creates a table using create table command, and also the name is going to be task table. So let's import task.dart because that is where the task table came from. And remember, the task table is just name of our table. So here we need to define all our columns for the table. We first have an ID type, title type, description type, start date, and also is completed. Now we need to start defining our methods. The first method that we define is a create task. This method takes a task from here, and inside it we get an instance of our database, and then we call insert method. This method requires 4 properties. Inside the insert method, we pass our task table name. Then we pass the task.toMap because insert method cannot take a complete task by itself, so we need to convert the task to a map before. And then we get the ID of the task created here and return it inside the new task. And remember that this is creating a copy of our task and passing the ID. So the next method that we define is read task. This method returns the task by its ID. So first of all, let's get our instance of the database. Then we need to query our database and pass the table name. Then we need to provide our columns because these are the 5 columns that we have. I'm going to say you have to return all the columns. Then we specify a condition using where clause, and I'm going to say pass the task to me that whose ID is equal to this ID. So this is the syntax for saying which ID we need. And then if the task data is not empty, you have to convert it from map to a task and then return it. Otherwise, we just need to throw an exception. So the next method that we return is getting all the tasks, and this is returning a list of tasks. So here again, we need an instance of our database, and we use that instance to query. We need to pass the task table name, and we also need to order by. So this is an optional property, but I'm going to pass it and say, by default, I want the task to be sorted ascendingly and according to start date. Then I'm going to save the result inside the result parameter. And then I'm going to map each and every of my result. Each of them is going to be a task map. So I'm going to convert each of them to a task and then turn them into a list. So the next method that we return is update a task. So this method takes a new task that we need to update. Again, here we take our instance and call the update method. Inside the update method, we pass our table name and also the task, the toMap. Again, we need to pass our where clause to make sure which task we update. So then we also have another update task, and that's going to be called mark task as completed. This method requires an ID and also is completed. So inside this method, again, I'm going to be using update, pass a table name, and then inside the is completed property, see that this time we are not passing entire task. I'm just going to say go inside is completed, and if is completed is true, pass a 1, otherwise 0. Then we need to specify our where clause to say which task we need to update. And the next method that we define is a delete task. This method takes an ID and according to that deletes this. So again, we need to pass the task table name and also pass the where clause. And lastly, we need to pass the close method. This method closes our database, and we need to close our database when we dispose the page. So these were all the methods that we needed here. Let's save it and close everything. So now that we're done defining our database, it is time for us to work on the UI. Right now, if we go inside main.dart, you see that we only return a scaffold here, but I want to return my home screen. So let's just define our home screen, and for that I'm going to go inside library. First of all, create a folder called screens, and inside that I'm going to create home screen. So home screen is going to be a stateful widget, and let's call it home screen. And let's also make sure to import material.dart only. So here I'm going to return a scaffold. And inside the scaffold, first of all, we have an app bar. And inside the app bar, we're going to have a title. And let's say tasks, list. You can say whatever you are. But the important part for me is the floating action button. So let's define it. Inside the floating action property, we have an onPress, and we also have a child. Inside the child, I'm going to put an icon, and let's say icons.add. Now let's go inside main.dart and import our home screen. Done. So now we need to run our application, but before that, I'm going to bring my emulator to the side so you can have a glimpse of the UI that we want to design here. This is the UI for a task screen. So first of all, let's run our application. So our app is up and running right now. And as you see here, we have a scaffold with task list and also our floating action button. So inside this floating action button, every time we click, we have to go to the add task screen that I showed you as UI. So first of all, let's create that screen. And I'm going to go inside the screens folder and create a screen called add task screen.dart. I'm going to also define it as an stateful widget, and let's call it add task screen. And for some reason, we keep importing foundation.dart where we don't need it. So now inside home screen, every time we click on this, we have to navigate to that screen. So let's say navigator of context.push, and we have to provide a material route. And inside the builder, I'm going to return add task screen. So let's save everything. And now if we click on this, this is going to navigate us to add task screen. So this is the screen that we're going to design first. So here again, I'm going to start by a scaffold. And this scaffold has an app bar, again with the title. And we also have a body, inside which we have a single child scroll view. Inside which we have a padding. And I'm gonna define a symmetric padding with a horizontal space of 16 and also vertically 12. We also need to define our child here, and the child is gonna be a column. So this column is the place that we want to put all our form inside. So for that, we need to wrap our column with a form. And every form widget requires a form key. So let's define that here. This key is going to be off top global key and form state. So if you want to learn more about creating a form in Flutter and also validating the form, here is a tutorial that I recommend you to watch. But anyway, I'm going to teach how to handle that in this tutorial too. So inside the form, we have a property called key, and we need to provide a form key. So if we hit save now, you see that we have our scaffold and a wide screen. So the first input that we have to define is our text field. So let me take a look at the previous app. You see that we have two text fields. We have a date picker and also we have a button. And let's also not forget that we have a delete button here. So I'm going to define this one first. So to create my delete button, I'm going to first of all go inside actions. And I'm going to put an icon button here. Inside the onPress, I'm going to put nothing for now. But inside the icon, I'm going to put icons.delete. And for the color, I'm going to say colors.red. If we hit save now, we already have our icon, although it doesn't do anything for now. So now we need to start working with our form, but for that we need some controllers and also properties. So let's define our controllers first, and I'm going to define them as lateFinal, text editing controller. The first one is going to be title controller. Let's also copy. The second is going to be description controller. And we also have a datetime that is called start date, and it's going to be datetime.now. So inside the initSet method, we need to initialize our controllers because right now they're not initialized. Let's also do the same for the description controller. And inside the dispose method, I'm going to dispose of them. So let's do the same with the description controller. Nice. So now that we define our controllers and also start date, so let's go inside the UI. Inside the column, I'm going to put a text form field. First, I'm going to put my controller, and this is going to be title controller. We also need a decoration, and this is going to be of type input decoration. So we need to provide hint text, and I'm going to say title. We also need to provide validator. Validator is a function that is giving us an input. So I'm going to specify a condition here. So if value is not null and value is not empty, or maybe reverse the condition. So if either the value is null or if the value is empty, I'm going to return an error and say please provide a title. Otherwise, I'm going to return null. So the way it works here is that if you provide a null value, it means that you have no error. But if you return a string, it means that you have an error, and this is going to be considered to be an error message. So let's copy and paste our controller. This time we need to say this is a description controller, and here we also need a description. So we also need the same validator for here. Let's say save. And because we have defined some controllers, we need to hard restart. So now let's again navigate to our screen. You see that we have our title controller and also our description controller. But I guess we need some space, so I'm going to put a size box with a height of 20. Now hit save again, and you see that there is some good space here. So now it is time for us to add our date picker. So let's go, and under the description controller, we first of all need a size box, and under that we need a row. Inside the row we have children, and inside the children we first of all have a text. This text is going to show our start date, and I'm going to format it. And in case you're wondering where this format comes from, this is an extension that we have defined, and I'm going to put it inside the starter code. So if you do not have access to the starter code, you can just copy and paste it here. Next, we also have a text button, and this button is the button that's going to trigger the date picker. So here I'm going to say, or maybe inside this text I'm going to say start date, and put some space here. And inside this button I'm going to put the actual date, and also format it, and make sure this is not constant. So now if we hit save, you see that we already have our start date and also this. But if you click on it, nothing happens. So first of all, I'm going to go inside the row and say the min-max alignment to space between. This way there is some nice space between these two. I also want to make the font bigger, so let's give it some style. Nice, but maybe in a style of 17 is going to be better. So now I also want to make this item clickable. So when you click on it, it should show the date picker. So for that I'm going to say every time you click on this, you have to call show date picker. So the date picker requires a couple of properties. So we have a context, we have a first state, and I'm going to say date time, and I'm going to say this is going to be year 2000. So you can choose the dates as well at 2000. And the last date is going to be 3000. And we also need to make this function async so that we can listen to our date picker. And we also need to put it inside our start date. So the problem is that this date picker can be null. For example, if you open the date picker and abort it, this will be null. So I'm going to say if the date picker is null, just pick datetime.now. But the problem still persists. Yep, wrong symbol here. So if you now hit save, we have our date picker. And if you click on it, this is going to open up a date picker. So if you, for example, pick a date like yesterday and save the project, this is going to show you yesterday. And this is all about the format method. So one problem that I noticed here was that we picked the date, but it was not updated. So for that, we also need to do a steady state. And now every time we pick a date, like 26, this is also going to steady state and update the UI. So it is all pretty much done. The next thing that we need to define is going to be our button. So let's again put a size box, and I'm going to say this is going to have a height of 20. So the next thing that we're going to put is an elevated button with the text of add task. So wrong place, I guess. So I'm going to bring it inside the column and outside the row. And we also need some spacing here. But I also want to make the button stretch, so let's go to the column. And here I'm going to be using cross-axis alignment and set it to stretch. So if you hit save now, you see that the design is complete. So now that we are done designing our UI, let's also work on the functionality. So here I'm going to create a method for adding a task. I'm going to call this method add task. So let's also make sure this is async. Inside this method, we need to create a task. So each task has a couple of properties. For the title, I'm going to say title controller.text. For the description, we have description controller. For the start date, I'm going to say start date. And for the is completed, I'm going to say false. Because when you add the task for the first time, this is going to be false. And it is not completed. So here we need to await and call our tasks database. Then we need to reach our instance and call the add task method. I guess we call it create task and pass our task. So every time we click on the add task button, I'm going to go and call this method. So let's come here and inside the onPress, call it add task. So I'm going to start adding a task here. And I'm going to say task 1. Let's also provide a description. And I'm just going to choose a random one. Let's also choose a date here. And I'm going to say 14th. And I'm going to say add task. For now, nothing is going to happen because if we come back to this screen, we see that we have no tasks. So now that we have mastered how to add a task, let's also display our task. So for that reason, I'm going to come inside my home screen and define two properties. The first property is going to be isLoading. And this is going to be initially set to false. Next, we also need to have a list of tasks. And I'm going to call it tasks. And this is going to be empty for the moment. And let's import it here. Here, I also need to define a method for getting all the tasks. So this is going to be a feature of type void get all tasks. Make it async. So when we call this method, first of all, we need to set the state and set the isLoading to true. I'm also going to use error syntax. So we don't need these. And every time we are done getting our task, I'm going to set it to false. So between these two state states, I'm going to get a list of tasks. And for that, I'm going to await and use tasks database, read all tasks. So this is our method. So let's go inside the init state, and under the super.init state, I'm going to call this method. Let's say get all tasks. And let's also make sure that inside this post method, we need to say task database.instance.close. So these were the methods that we needed. Now I'm going to go inside the body. Inside the body, I'm going to be checking if isLoading is true. So if you're inside the isLoading, I'm going to return a center. And inside of it, I'm going to put circular progress indicator. Let's make it constant. And otherwise, if this is not isLoading, this time I'm going to build my task list. So let's now build our task list, and I'm going to come here, leave one parenthesis behind because we're not going to get out of the class. So let's build it. Inside this method, I'm going to return the list view.builder. This list view is going to return the list of tasks. So first of all, we need the item count, and I'm going to say tasks.length. And inside the item builder, we have a context and an index. So let's get the first task and say tasks at the index of index. And for each task, you need to return a task list style and pass the task. So let's also define our task list style, and for that we need to create another folder. This file is going to be an stateless widget. And let's also get rid of the extra import. So task list style is going to take a task. So let's say task, and I'm going to make it a required property. So for now, I'm going to just return a Cupertino list style. And the title property is required. So inside the title, I'm going to say task.title. Nice. So let's also make sure that we remove the import for the material.dart because we don't need it anymore. So now let's save the file and go back here. And I'm going to import task list style. So let's save the file and also do a hard restart. The list of tasks should appear here. Let's see if we have an error. As you see here, we have an error about the typecast. So let me just go to the model because most of the typecast errors are inside the model. And here inside the isComplete, this is defined as Boolean, and the same things happen here. So inside the toMap method, I'm going to say if this is isComplete, I have to pass 1. If this is true, I have to pass 1, otherwise 0. And here I also say that this is not a Boolean, in fact. And I'm going to say this is equal to 1. So if this is equal to 1, this is going to be true, otherwise this is going to be false. So let's hard restart again. So now that we hard restarted the application, we can see our task here. Right now this is not so beautiful, but we just mean to see that if we can add a task. But if you add your second task, come back and you see that nothing has happened. The task has been added, but this is not showing in the screen. So let's save the project and do also a hard restart. Now you can see that the second task has also been added. So what is the problem? The problem here is that you do not wait for the second task to be added. So inside the home screen, and inside the floating action button, when you navigate to the other page, you're now awaiting your navigation. So let's make this function async and also await. So now we are awaiting our navigation to other screen, and this code is not going to be finished until we get back from other screen. And when we get back from other screen, I'm going to call get all tasks. So the logic here is that when you navigate to other screen, this await is going to await for that, and this code is not going to be done as long as you are inside the other screen. So when the other screen is getting popped, this method is called, and this is getting all the tasks. So now let's come here, and let's add a third task, and add a task. And when you get out of the task, you see that the third task is also added. So this is pretty much everything about adding a task. Let's also take care of updating a task. So I'm going to go to navigate to add task screen every time I click on any of these tasks. So let's come back inside the task list tile and wrap it with a gesture detector. And inside the onTap property, I'm going to define a function that is going to navigate to other screen. So now if we click on any of these items, this is going to take us to the second screen. But the problem here is that the title and description are not pre-populated. So now let's go inside the add task screen. And here I'm going to get a task as a property. And this also should be nullable, because when you normally press this button and come to this screen, you cannot pass a task because you're here to add a task. But if you click on any of these tasks and end up here, you need to pre-populate everything. So I'm going to make it nullable. And this should also not be required. But inside the init set, we have a condition. We say that if widget.task is not null, let's say this is widget. So if the widget.task is not null, it means if you're updating a task, if we come to this place from here, we have to populate our title controller and also description controller. So let's say this is equal to widget.task.title, and this is not null. And for the description controller, we also say widget.task.description, and the same is going to be for start date, and this is going to be widget.task.start date. So let's hit save now. So now when you update a task, you have to pass your task here, and this is going to be our task. Nice. And if you now come back and click on the task ban, you see that the title and description and also the start date is pre-populated. But the problem here is that if I now click on the add task, this is going to add me a new task. For example, if I say this is going to be task 2 and say add task, you see that it has created a new task, but this is not what we want. So inside the add task screen, we need to create a new method. So I'm going to come back here and say future of type void, and I'm going to call it add update task, and I also want to make it async. So inside this method, I'm going to take care of a couple of properties. For example, one of the properties I'm going to take care of is going to be our form key. So if I'm going to be checking if our form is validated, and if and only if our form is validated, you have to save the form. So after saving the form, I'm going to also check if you're updating a task. And I'm going to do that by checking if our task is null or not. So if you're updating a task, let's call update task. And also await that. Otherwise, I'm just going to call add task. So we already have our add task method. Let's create our update task. For that, I'm going to go here where we define our add task. I'm just going to copy and paste it here one more time and call it update task. So this time, instead of using a task directly, I'm going to be saying we need to go inside widget.task and use the copy method. Let's also assume that this is not null, because when we call this method, we already have widget.task. So instead of using the task directly, I'm going to say widget.task.copy, meaning that I'm going to create a new instance of the task based on the original task. I'm going to pass my title, description, and also start date, but not my isCompleted. And here, instead of using a create task, I'm going to be using update task. So let's go back to our original method. Here I'm going to say, if you're updating a task, use update task, otherwise use an add task. And lastly, when you're out of this, we just need to navigate out of the screen. So for that, we need to use navigator of context.pop. And now let's copy this method, and inside this button, I'm going to be using it. So let's hit save. Now I'm going to go inside task pan, and I'm going to be updating it to task 2. And let's click on the add task button. And as you see, we got navigated out of the screen, but this task was not changed, and this is because we need to do a hard restart. So now as you see, the task is updated to task 2, but to let the list of tasks to be updated every time we update a task without doing a hard restart, we need to use our previous trick. So here inside the home screen, when we navigate to this screen, I'm going to say this method is async, and we await our navigator. And when we are just done with it, I'm going to say get all tasks, save. So if I now come here, and I'm going to change it to tea by milk, whatever. And I also notice that this is called add task. So let's go here and fix it. And instead of hard coding it to add task, I'm going to say if widget.task is not null, this is going to be update task. Otherwise, this is going to be add task. So if you hit save now, you see that this is update task. And if you click on the update, this is successfully updated to buy milk. So this was all about adding a task and also updating a task. Let's also take care of deleting a task. So here inside the delete button, all I have to do is to say, we first of all need to make the method async. And let's also await. Use the task database instance, and also we call delete task. And of course, we're going to be using widget.task.id. And we also make sure that this is not null. So now if we hit save and come back inside the task, for example, this one, I'm going to say delete. And if you come back, you see that the task is deleted. So let's also use a navigator here. So every time we delete a task, we are also navigated back. So click on the task 2, press on the delete button, and this is deleted successfully. So now we can add a task, update a task, and also delete a task. Let's also make sure our task look like as we want. So I'm going to head back to the task list style. Here, instead of returning a simple title, I'm going to give it some style. I'm going to give it a font size of 20. I'm going to give it a font weight of bold. Let's make sure this is constant. And apart from the title, we also have a leading. So for the leading, I'm going to be using a checkbox. And in fact, I'm going to be using a Cupertino checkbox. So inside the value, I'm going to say task.isCompleted. And inside unchanged, I'm going to put the method. So if we hit save now, you see that our task already look different. But inside the Cupertino checkbox, I'm going to provide a shape, and that's going to be a circle border. If we hit save now, you see that this is a circle, but this is a bit too small. So I'm going to go inside Cupertino checkbox, and I'm going to wrap it with a scale. I'm going to wrap it with a transform.scale. And inside the scale property, I'm going to say 1.5. So this is now gonna look like 1.5 times bigger. Beautiful. So let's also make sure that this is gonna be a stateful widget, because every time we click on any of this, we need to update our screen. So for that, inside the state, I'm gonna define my is completed. I'm gonna initially set it to false, and inside the init state, I'm gonna say its value is equal to the widget.task.isCompleted. And here I'm gonna be using isCompleted directly. But let's come inside the onChange, and every time we press on that, I'm gonna set state and change the isCompleted to the new value. And if the value is null by any chance, I'm gonna set it to false. But after setting the isCompleted to the value, we also need to call the method. So let's say await, and I'm gonna say tasks database. So let's make sure that this is async first of all. And I'm gonna again call tasks database dot, and we need to import this one instance, and I'm gonna call mark task is completed. So for the ID, I'm gonna say widget.task.id, and for this completed, I'm just gonna say is completed. But the problem is that I have to get it out of set state, and now hit save. And if I now click on any of this item, you can change its completed state. And if you do a hard restart, you see that its completed state is persisting and it's not changing. So now that we have worked with the title, let's also make sure that we have a subtitle. And again, this is going to be a text, and this is going to be equal to widget.task.description. Let's hit save now. And you see that we already have a description, but I'm going to give you some style, like I'm going to provide a max lines of 3, and I'm going to kind of give you the padding. So let's make sure to wrap it with a cart, and I'm going to give you margin, and this is going to be agentsets.all 8. And it looks beautiful. But I also want to have a padding. So let's go and wrap our, let's start with the padding, and the padding is also going to be 8. So it looks already better. But maybe we only need the padding to be on top and bottom. So I'm going to make it symmetric, and I'm going to say we only have it vertically and not horizontally. Looks better right now. But something that we miss here is the date. So if you go to the original design, and if you add a task, you see that we have a date here. So I also want to add that date. For that, I'm going to go inside the trailing, and here again I'm going to add a task, and that's going to be widget.task.startDate, and also don't forget to format it. But if you hit save now, you see that this is a bit tangled with the description. So let's also make sure to wrap it with a padding, and now everything looks better. So this is pretty much everything about this app. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.